Mightily with Milwaukee, the Brewers have folded their 10th against the Cardinals and Cubs this season with a combined record of 8-17 against the Pirates' chief rivals. Imagine the difference in the NL Central if those numbers were reversed, but it doesn't work that way. So without anticipating any help from the Brewers, the only way for the Pirates to change things is by reversing their record against Milwaukee, beginning tonight.
Goes A.J. Burnett back home here at PNC Park where the Pirates begin an 8-game homestand. Tonight it's the first of 4 against the Milwaukee Brewers. The Pirates, of course, went on that 9-game road trip and they are back. And this is a look at the current standings in the National League Central Division. The Pirates 4.5 games back of the first place Cardinals in the Central. The Cardinals are taking on the Reds in Cincinnati tonight. Greg Brown along with Steve Blass. Steve, it is good to be home. I'm sure you're thrilled the Buccos are back home.
I really am. It seems like you've been gone a month. Exciting to have you home this exciting part of the year, and we've played so good at home, so good to have you back.
And good to have A.J. Burnett back on the hill. Let's face it, A.J. Burnett wasn't healthy. And you take a look at the second half after the All-Star game, 3 starts, they were just abysmal for him.
Yeah, so there's a reason. We want him back to that first half performance that he had. He was so very good. And now that he's healthy, I expect nothing less than to have him be really a big part of this stretch run.
8-5 and 3.06 ERA and 21 starts this season for A.J. Burnett. There are a lot of fans on hand to watch A.J. Burnett pitch tonight as he makes his return. Batman returns to Pittsburgh as the Pirates and the Milwaukee Brewers meet in the first of a 4-game series. The pennant race is on in Pittsburgh. It's the Bucks and the Brew Crew coming up next. dark night rises here in Pittsburgh, this time at PNC Park. Folks dressed up in Batman attire, getting ready for the return of A.J. Burnett. When he made his way into the dugout, the fans over by the dugout gave him a great ovation. He acknowledges the fans over there alongside his battery mate, Francisco Cervelli. It is going to be interesting, Steve. What Burnett do we see here tonight? Is he coming back? He says he feels great, but it's a pennant race, and so he's probably pushing himself a little bit to get back.
Yeah, this is the great unknown.
Yeah.
Tonight, even the manager has acknowledged he doesn't know what to expect tonight. But hopefully he is healthy, and he's got a wonderful ego, and I mean that in the best way. You want a professional athlete to have that ego where he does not want to be embarrassed like he was the last 3 starts. And even though he was hurt, that's tough to walk away from. So he wants to get back, and he wants to do his part in this romance that the fans have for him and that he has had for them. So it's going to be interesting. We don't know what to expect. But if he is back and keeps the ball downstairs, I think that's step one for A.J. Burnett, to keep the ball hopefully on the ground, not elevate. And, he's going to be excited. There's probably going to be a little extra adrenaline, even though he's been around a long time. This will be an anxious start for him.
Let's get to the Rivers Casino tips to win that you have for us tonight.
Yeah, downstairs. You want him to throw his breaking ball downstairs, keep the ball down. That's the best way to have a foundation for a start that you're not sure of. Homebrew, boy, do we owe these guys something away from Miller Park. Get the Brewers back at PNC Park. We've won the 2 series previously this year. So hopefully we got them where we want them, but assume nothing. We have learned that against the Milwaukee Brewers.
Well, the Pirates are 6-9 against the Brewers this season, but have won 4 of the 6 games played here at PNC Park. Buckman is ready.
And they're ready in the dugout to get back and resume this chase of the Cardinals, separate the distance between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Chicago Cubs, and the focus is on number 34. Simple as that tonight. That's the theme of this baseball
And I don't
game.
think it's a coincidence, Steve, that he makes his return at PNC Park. He had that bullpen session in St. Louis last Friday now, and a simulated game that went so well. He continued it out in the bullpen, and then he had a side session on Sunday. So they worked this thing out. He's got good career numbers here in his home ballpark, and the fans are anxious for him to come back.
Absolutely, and the setting is good. The Pirates have played their best baseball at home. So it fits in so many ways, not the least of the fact that the Pirates as a team have done so well here. And here we go.
Pirates in their camouflage jerseys they wear every Thursday home game.
And you can't camouflage the fact that Batman is back.
A.J. Burnett will be making his 2nd start this season against Milwaukee. One of his better starts of the year was here on June the 8th against the Brew Crew.
Yep, he is 2-7 overall, but there's a story behind that number 2, and we'll get to that in a bit.
Check out the Brewers starting lineup. Scooter Gennett this season is hitting .400 against Pirates pitching, so that'll be a key. Elian Herrera is the switch hitting 3rd baseman. Ryan Braun having a bounce back season in right. Adam Lind in his first year with the Brewers, solid campaign. Chris Davis in left. Domingo Santana they picked up in the Carlos Gomez deal from the Astros. Gene Segura is the shortstop. Martin Maldonado the personal catcher now for Willie Peralta as Batman makes his return.
Take a look at the overall numbers for A.J. Burnett as he makes start number 22. He has not started a game since July 30th. You all know about his last 3 starts. 2-7 career-wise against the Milwaukee Brewers, but has never gotten much offensive support. That's kind of a 2-sided coin. You still have to get the job done if you're not getting a lot of offensive support. So this will be career start number 13. Hope it's lucky 13 for A.J.
Defense, interesting story behind him. Josh Harrison is at 2nd base. Clint Hurdle talking about the ground balls and wanting this range of Harrison at 2nd base. And the defense brought to you by Honda. Jordy Mercer is his double play partner. Chung Ho Gong over at 3rd. Pedro Alvarez returns to 1st base. Starling Marte, Andrew McCutcheon, Gregory Polanco in the outfield left to right, and Francisco Cervelli catches A.J. Burnett. And Pedro Alvarez, good career numbers against Willie Peralta.
And Greg, you want to shore up the defense. You've got a stretch run, you've got a September run. You want to start playing more solid defense. That's the foundation for everything, especially this time of year with so much on the line. You've got to be better defensively.
And here we go. First pitch at 92 miles per hour is in the dirt. Remember his last start against the Reds on July the 30th in Cincinnati was throwing about 88, maybe at times 89, and then about the third inning or so he just started to pump it up 93, 94, a couple 95s out of nowhere. He would later say that he wanted to go ahead and see what he could do as Scooter Gennett is going to start this ball game with a double to right center field.
Just got through talking about the Gennett numbers against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and he keeps it going right there. Well, we're talking about keeping the ball down. That one's way up there at the top, and he just was able to turn it back around, find the gap. Elevation. If you don't throw it 100 miles an hour, you want to live downstairs.
Gennett keeps it going against Pittsburgh. Now Herrera showing bunt. Third baseman Gong was not on the grass. He was, if anything, even at third. Elian Herrera, the switch hitting third baseman, batting .263 from this left side of the plate. And he bunts it foul.
I think you and Bob were talking last night in Cincinnati about the Pirates having their number 2 batter bunt the ball.
As it turns out, it was Marte on his
sacrifice
own.
Sacrifice fly, yeah.
Marte decided to bunt on his own, try and bunt for a hit, saw the infield back, ended up with the sacrifice, and then Andrew McCutcheon, the sacrifice fly.
Kind of looked like a sacrifice bunt with the way he's heading down to first base, but it got the job done, got the Pirates out in front.
0-2 on Elian Herrera. First out will be big for Burnett. There's that good curveball, and in the dirt, blocked by Cervelli, but Paul Schreiber says no swing.
First assignment for Cervelli to block a breaking ball down in the dirt. That will be a continuing theme most nights.
Burnett on the season, 114 strikeouts. That'll get the job done. Herrera gets Gennett to third.
Now, how do you approach Ryan Braun? He is still the man for the Milwaukee Brewers. A couple of open bases.
Point Park University tweets welcoming A.J. Burnett back, and Pirate fans welcome Ryan Braun back. It's a familiar sound he hears every game on the road. Braun's a .350 career hitter against A.J. Burnett, so this is a big matchup.
You know, despite those last 3 starts where he had 16 innings, 18 earned runs, the strikeouts kept coming. So he keeps moving up the chart, the all-time chart, not only active pitchers, but all pitchers.
And weakly hit, that will score the run. Initially, Gennett did not break, thinking Burnett might get to it, but he scores, and it is 1-0. Braun is retired, gets the RBI.
And all things considered, gets things cleaned up here in the top of the first inning.
Ryan Braun's 82nd RBI of the season. The Gennett leadoff double leads to the first run of the ball game. Now Burnett against Adam Lind. A couple of former Blue Jays here.
And a couple of home run threats after Braun. Lind, Davis, they're both capable, each with 18 home runs. AJ has given up just 7 in the previous 21 starts.
That's hit hard. A line drive, base hit off the fastball into center.
91 miles an hour. Take a look at the pitch location.
92 actually, but right down the middle, Steve.
Yep.
Burnett going to try and get that ball down. And here's Chris Davis.
Upstairs again, so this could be a little bit of adrenaline also in the first inning. Hope that that's the case. It'll keep you upstairs till you get a little bit tired, a little bit more in a rhythm to get the downward angle you want. Wow.
Crushed to center.
Wow.
I mean, crushed to center field by Chris Davis. Number 19. A bomb to center field and a 3-0 Milwaukee lead.
Each time he has elevated the ball, they have hit it hard. And this ball was gone when it left the bat over the shrubbery just at the base of the batter's eye. Upstairs, and that ball is crushed.
It's the 8th home run he's allowed this season. And a no-doubter, Chris Davis up the batter's eye wall in center. Breaking ball for a strike. So you see 5 batters into the game. Jeanette rips a double to right center field. Herrera and Braun hit weak grounders to second. Then Lynn the line drive to center. And Davis the home run. And now he's gone back-to-back breaking balls against Domingo Santana.
Well, when you're throwing a lot of high fastballs, you've got to get away from that elevation somehow. And the best way to do it is throw curveballs. So the horse is out of the barn early. It stays downstairs.
$16 games for Domingo Santana since being traded over from Houston.
And this guy has got some fabulous power. And another pitch upstairs.
That ball is hit hard the other way, but foul.
These fastballs in that 91, 92 mile an hour range, and they are looking high and seeing high.
Cervelli wants that ball down. Breaking pitch. Steve, when you're throwing those fastballs, you talked about at the very outset, he wants to get those balls down, those fastballs. So is there something you can do mechanically, adjustment wise?
Well, he's probably trying to do that. He's trying to get on top and get the angle down. But if the body, if you're a little bit anxious and fired up, the body's going to come out earlier, and that leaves the arm upstairs. So you just you're trying to correct. He knows that he's upstairs. He's trying to get it downstairs, but he's getting out in front, and the arm is staying back and creating that upward release up on top.
Line foul. Take a look at this.
See, if the body gets way out in front, it's the arm is before you release the ball, the arm is up higher than you want it to be. So on that way down, before you release, you've got to get on top of the ball, keep the body back. One of the ways you can do it, if we can look again at give me a shot here. If you keep the body back, step shorter, your arm will have a tendency to come in front of your body and have a better chance of releasing the ball downstairs. So maybe a shorter stride sometimes will let the arm catch up with the body and throw it more out in front.
Bounce to third on the last hop. Gung throws out Santana. Well, at least he's out there again. Not happy with himself, but he is out there. Gave up the 2-run homer to Chris Davis and a 3-0 Brewers lead. See if the Pirates offense can come to life here for A.J. Burnett. We check out the Toyota starting lineup. It'll be Gregory Polanco leading things off. Then Josh Harrison at second base with Andrew McCutchen hitting third. Jung Ho Kang has homered in back-to-back games, including the Grand Slam last night. Starling Marte hits fifth. Pedro Alvarez returns at first. And it's Francisco Cervelli, Jordy Mercer, and A.J. Burnett.
And they'll be working against right-hander Willie Peralta. He's a native of Samana, the Dominican Republic, 26 years old. 17-game winner last year for Willie Peralta, coming off a really good season, but just so-so at best this year, as he will make his sixth career start against the Bucks. His numbers for this season: 5-8, 4.21 ERA. So a disappointing backup to a really good season that he had last year. Willie Peralta 2-2 in those first 5 starts career-wise against the Bucks.
2 innings his last time in Cincinnati, and then a rain delay forced his departure. The Pirates, a handful of Pirates in this starting lineup have really just struggled offensively against Brewers pitching this season, including this guy, Gregory Polanco, whose batting average for the season is .262, but against Milwaukee pitchers just a .196.
Just 54 strikeouts for Peralta, 94 innings. And that's a stunningly low number for a guy that won 17 games last year, because you can't win 17 with just throwing curveball and off-speed stuff. You've got to have some kind of a fastball that you must have had last year, but it's not shown itself this year so far.
A little over 2 months on the disabled list, starting on May the 25th for Peralta.
Kind of a wacky thing, an oblique on the right side, and then rehabbing, stretched the oblique muscle or the strain on the left side. So 2 rib injuries, right side, left side, kept him out for 2 months.
Craig Counsell, the skipper, taking over for Ron Renicky earlier in the year.
And now he's showing a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, 54 strikeouts. How does that work? Well, obviously he was hurting even before he went on the DL, so he lost 2 months. As AJ is pacing and not happy.
Best thing the Pirates could do for him would be a long bottom of the first. Maybe grab a run or 2 against Peralta here.
Yeah, that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin, let me get out there again as quick as I can. See if I can square this thing up. But yeah, we take a few knocks, a few runs.
20 pitch first inning for A.J. Burnett. Two and 2 on Polanco. Slaps that one foul. Lines it just over the head of the third base umpire, Paul Schreiber. Look out. Allegheny Health Network Super Mo, the third base umpire, Polanco. Look out.
Yeah, the umpire is not playing the shift against Polanco. Shifting.
Paul Schreiber there. Jim Reynolds at second. Manny Gonzalez at first. Behind the dish, it's Field and Colbreth. 97 there from Peralta. There's Field and Colbreth. He is the crew chief, calling the balls and strikes. And again, the rest of the umpires: Manny Gonzalez, Jim Reynolds, and Paul Schreiber. The first of this 4-game series against Milwaukee.
Peralta, not many strikeouts, as we said, but his had good control. This will be start number 19, just 28 walks.
It's hit well toward right center field by Polanco, but drifting over is Santana. Ball held up long enough for the center fielder to drift into right center field. So an 8-pitch at bat to start the bottom of the first against Willie Peralta, who 3 starts back against Cleveland. In Cleveland, went just 2 2/3 innings against the Indians, gave up 4 runs on 6 hits at one point, they called timeout because he wasn't throwing, what, Steve, 90, 91, we understand?
Yeah.
On the radar gun, and there was a little bit of concern from Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach.
Yeah, and now we see him 96, 97, so they're not sure what to expect tonight either from their starter.
There he is, Rick Kranitz. Just wanted to make sure he was okay.
Yeah, if a guy throws 97, he's got down to 91. You take the trainer out with you.
Josh Harrison looks to get it going. Jay Hay also struggling against Brewers pitching. 182 mark on the year. He's 0 for his last 9 at bats.
Well, they're underway in Cincinnati. You wonder if Joey Votto is in the lineup for the Reds after the fireworks display last night.
Well, we could check that out. And he is in there, Steve.
Yep.
Joey Votto in the lineup.
No decisions about a suspension.
Not yet.
There will be at least a conversation.
The fly ball to right. Easy for Braun.
You wonder sometimes in those situations with Votto, if nobody stepped in, you wonder what would happen in terms of the aggression toward an umpire. And you would hope that a player would hold back, but if he just goes full bore like he's acting like he wants to, you could do some damage. You get yourself thrown out of the game.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're thrown out
forever.
The game. Yeah.
Yeah.
The game.
Not just the game. Yeah. Not 4 days.
There's Jim McCutchen. Hitting an even 300. Now 10th in the league in hitting, and the 89 RBIs ranks him 4th. He's 4th in on-base percentage. And that is a fair ball, backhanded by Herrera. McCutchen is retired, and the Pirates go down in order in the bottom of the first. 3-0 Milwaukee.
Is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota helps you get the most out of your drive. Just ask a friend who drives one. Toyota, let's go places. And by Barrel Automotive, we're driven to be better. Let's go Bucks.
And the Milwaukee Brewers have the early lead. On to the second inning. Third birthday.
Happy birthday.
First Pirate game, third birthday.
Pretty in pink.
She shares a birthday with Pirate second baseman Neil Walker. Neil Walker, 30 years old today.
Yeah, I'm not getting the night off just because it's his birthday. There was some study, I'm sure, that goes on before the lineup is posted.
Nice to see a couple of strikes. Gina Weiss celebrating a birthday from Root Sports. Bob Matter, Rick Kubia, all celebrating birthdays today from our Root Sports team. And he's going to be out. Hit him out of the batter's box, so Segura is retired. Put out will go to the catcher.
There's the chop and right off the batting helmet.
It's too quick.
How did that happen?
Yeah.
It's getting out of the box. I guess that's like a double hit in golf. You get penalized.
Maldonado. Burnett gets a large break with this lineup. Martin Maldonado is hitting 195, though 3 for 6 lifetime against Burnett. And then the very light hitting Willie Peralta, the pitcher, on deck.
He's just 0 for 25.
On a strike on Martin Maldonado. Remember his involvement last year, that scuffle involving Garrett Cole and
down around third base.
Yeah. Carlos Gomez. 2-1 on Maldonado. Garrett Cole. He is.
Heard he's going to skip a start.
Yeah, well, they won't even say skip a start, but push back, right?
Push back, yeah. Very strong last time out. Garrett.
He will start one of the games of the doubleheader against the Cubs on Tuesday, a day-night doubleheader. Clint Hurdle has said it'll be Cole and Happ. Don't know the order yet. And strike 3 called. Looking like he's getting back into form here. A.J. Burnett. Into our Allegheny Health Network injury update. You just saw Martin Maldonado behind the plate. Jonathan Lucroy out with some concussion-like symptoms. Took a foul tip off the catcher's mask the other day. Still reported being a little bit fuzzy. Might see him back in the lineup tomorrow night. Starting catcher. So here's Willie Peralta. And Burnett. That's more like it. 1, 2, 3 for A.J. Burnett. 3-0 Brewers. Ramirez back with the Pirates and playing along with someone who used to watch him from the stands. certain visiting clubhouse has the players acting like kids again, and much more. A new Inside Pirates Baseball presented by Allegheny Health Network debuts tomorrow after postgame on Root Sports. The Brewers score 3 first-inning runs. Our UPMC scoreboard as we move now to the bottom of the second. Jung Ho Kang leads off against Willie Peralta. Gong and Starling Marte and Pedro Alvarez. Bounced and a nice stab there by Herrera. Retires Gong. Leon Herrera plays that ball off to the side, takes care of Gong, and 4 up and 4 down so far for Willie Peralta. Steve mentioned that this is his 6th career start against the Pirates. He's lost his last 2 times out against the Buccos, getting up 8 earned runs in 12 innings last 2 times.
Greg, you mentioned his last start was rained out after a couple innings, but the start before that, very impressive against Cincinnati. 7 innings, giving up just 1 run, didn't walk anybody, and struck out 6. So he's 4 and 3 since coming back out off the disabled list. And he, you know, he kind of falls in the category of one of those flip a coin kind of starters. When he's good, he's very good, and then he can have some starts that will have you shaking your head if you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan. Tried to come inside that time again, like he did against Andrew McCutchen. Andrew hit it sharply. I think it cost him a bat, but Peralta threw the ball exactly where he wanted to and got Andrew to bounce out to third base. Looks like he's trying to crowd Marte, which a lot of pitchers do.
He's 6 years old, from the Dominican Republic. Willie Peralta again working with Martin Maldonado. And another bouncer. Segura this time. Takes care of that last little hop. 3 straight ground ball outs. 5 up, 5 down for Peralta. We want to see your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag PitDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself at an upcoming broadcast. Hashtag PitDataStrongFan. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Bucco family back here at PNC Park, where they have one of the best records in baseball at 46 and 21. Pedro Alvarez returning to the lineup.
There's a delivery right there that he would like to have back, and that was the location we saw from AJ in the first inning, upstairs. And Pedro did not go after it. What is this? They're knocking the ball dead into the ground 3 times.
6 up, 6 down for Willie Peralta. 3-0 through 2.
But not just any night, his birthday night. That's right, Neil turning 30 today here in Pittsburgh. And actually, the veteran had a chance to spend his birthday with a special fan. I'm speaking of Jane, who had a chance to meet and greet Neil down on the field thanks to the Twilight Wish Foundation just before tonight's first pitch. Earlier, she had a chance to cross the Clementi Bridge on her way to the park and then hang out with Neil for a little bit on the field before the game. The foundation's mission is to celebrate the life of seniors and making dreams come true. And she was, trust me guys, thrilled. Gave Neil a big smooch. Big fat smooch.
I don't think she's going to let go.
Yeah,
she did.
She was very happy. That's awesome.
That is great. Neil Walker made Jane's night here at PNC Park as A.J. Burnett goes back to the top of the order.
He's done that for a lot of people. He's granted some wishes. You want to see how a gray day can turn into a beautiful, beautiful late summer evening right there. It's happening in Pittsburgh. Gray all day, and you get that. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, beautiful colors everywhere. It's going to have to be a pleasant night.
Weather-wise, so far.
Yeah. Jeanette led off the ball game with a double to right center.
People knocking the ball into the dirt. Those last 3 ground balls that the Pirates hit just smoked right straight down. Wound up obviously being out in the infield.
Everybody welcoming back A.J. Burnett. And those breaking balls in the dirt. His second strikeout of this ball game.
Yeah, Scooter didn't get a high pitch to hit for a double this time. Downstairs, bouncing right just in back of home plate, or maybe on it. They continue to chase him, continue to throw him.
Leon Herrera bounced out to Josh Harrison, his first time up. Maybe that was with intent at up and in.
Yeah, good purpose pitch there to back him off. Let him know he can't be diving out for that outside pitch. Get his attention. There's usually the 1-2 sequence, up and in, then down and away. This time it cost him a 2-0 count.
Not sure what that pitch was, Steve.
Like a 2-seamer, maybe.
86. Yeah,
that's something that looked like he turned it over, had a little sinking action on it. 2-seamer.
His final season, the age of 38, hoping to make a handful of starts this final month and help the Pirates overtake the Cardinals. Cardinals and Reds are underway in Cincy. 0-0, bottom of the second. There's a 4-pitch walk.
Close to those 4.
That's his first walk. He has struck out 2 tonight, and for his career, our Barrel Automotive career strikeouts total for Burnett, now matching Don Drysdale on the all-time strikeout list, 2,486. Next on the list, Christy Mathewson. Ryan Braun. Bounce out to Josh Harrison in the first, brought in the first run. A strike call. Braun checking in with Field and Colbreth on that one.
Watching Herrera over at first base, he had a pretty substantial lead there. I don't know if he has any intentions of taking off. He's only attempted 3 times. He's stolen 2. Now he's a little more moderate.
Just in case. Burnett's first start since that painful outing against the Cincinnati Reds. There seemed to be signals leading up to that All-Star game, and that could be two. Be tough. One, no. That's all they'll get. Harrison to Mercer wasn't hit hard enough.
The only chance they might have had if Harrison was able to catch the runner Herrera before he threw over to first base, but when that was not available, and you can see it's not available, that was going to be one out. Get the out, get out of Dodge. Actually, Herrera was pretty close. Pretty good flip by Josh Harrison to get the out that was available.
We're talking about that flip right now. Jordy Mercer working with Josh Harrison tonight, and now they stack the deck on the right side with three infielders against Adam Lind, who had that hard signal to center field off Burnett in the first.
So it's also necessary to keep an eye on Ryan Braun, excuse me. 2 outs, not much happening. He's got 22 steals. They don't run a lot, but Braun has 22. Segura has 22.
One ball, one strike on Lind. After a dreadful start, the Brewers have played better baseball. The 6th best record in the National League since the end of May. There goes Braun to Alvarez. So a couple of scoreless frames after the 3 spot against A.J. Burnett as Adam Lind bounces out. It is 3-0 Milwaukee.
Well, after a rough start for A.J. Burnett, he's looked much better in the last 2 innings, and here's one reason why. I'm Batman. Look, the bat signal making an appearance at, well, on the skyline here in downtown Pittsburgh, and since that's been up, well, at least the last half inning, A.J.'s been better, guys. Connection there, maybe?
Well, that is pretty cool.
Yeah, could it be a renaissance for him?
A little surprise from
Renaissance Hotel,
the city of Pittsburgh. The bat signal on the Renaissance Hotel. What a shot that is. That's out of Hollywood. Welcoming A.J. Burnett back after the long layoff.
That was pretty sharp.
That is neat. And I'm sure our buddy Bubba from 100.7 Star, his morning show, is smiling He's watching that because he has been working on that since May to try and get something up for A.J. Burnett. It's perfect timing as he makes his return tonight, and that is wild. Not sure he's seen it yet. Francisco Cervelli takes ball 3. Team Maldonado gets a piece of that, and there's a sympathizer with him there.
Let me ask you this. If you were pitching and you had a signal from a movie, what would you like?
I don't know. That's a pretty cool one. Hard to beat that one right there. I mean, that is like Hollywood stuff.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, a Batman signal that's lasered across the top of the Renaissance Hotel is wild, and maybe on cue. A base hit to left for Francisco Cervelli.
The hot bat. Very hot bat.
Especially
recently.
here, right?
Yep.
Close to 400 at PNC Park his last 19 games.
Tried to get it inside. Didn't get it quite far enough. Gets the hands in. Pushes it out to left field, and the Pirates have a base runner there first.
Jordy Mercer.
I'm glad his favorite movie is not Arachnophobia.
What would your signal be, by the way?
Oh, probably something from Butch and Sundance. Horse. Something. If it was from Butch and Sundance, I'd have a picture of Catherine Ross up there.
Look at that look.
Yeah. And that's going to be more pronounced if they leave it up as it gets darker.
On Jordy Mercer, who's 1 for 13 in his career against Willie Peralta, but this season hitting over 300 against Brewers pitching.
Yep. Both those numbers, that's history, but what's current now is if he gets on and you let AJ push him around, you got something going. So that number 8 man is there's a lot going on with the man in the number 8 spot in the National League. It really, it's not a benign position in the batting order. A lot of people think it is. It's not. A lot of stuff going on.
It's got to be the toughest spot in the order to hit in, don't you, Steve?
Yeah.
With the pitcher behind you?
Yeah, pitcher behind you. Yep. You're not going to get a lot.
Down on strikes goes Mercer.
Batting ninth, pitcher number 34, A.J. Burnett.
The scoreboard shows what you're saying.
So with just one runner, he'll still be asked to try to push Cervelli to second.
7 sacrifice bunts, and he did not like that call from Field and Culbreth.
So not up there to be Batman, he's up there to be sacrifice man.
There was a strike, borderline, but a strike.
Perfect.
He's going to get another one down. That's 8 for him, which, even with all that time off, for this team is tied with Garrett Cole for the most sacrifice bunts this season.
To me, that bunt there is as effective or more effective than bunting the ball to the first baseman who is charging, because the first baseman can start before the pitcher can. The pitcher is still finishing his follow through, so a slight bunt out in front away from the catcher, that's even more perfect than to the first baseman. Well done. Well done, Batman.
Sacrifice man. Nice bunt man. He does his job as Cervelli in scoring position for Gregory Polanco. The Reds, by the way, lead the Cardinals 1-0 in the top of the third in Cincy. There's a rain delay in Philadelphia. The Cubs scheduled to host, the Phillies scheduled to host the Cubs.
All right, Batman has turned it over to Robin here.
The seats. Chris Davis is over. And a nice catch by Chris Davis.
Yep, he had room in that notch in foul territory. Didn't quit on it. Impressive play.
The Buccos tonight through Sunday, and Saturday night it's a Cervelli fireworks show after the game, courtesy of Yuengling Oktoberfest. Plus, everybody takes home some great prizes on a Neiman Park Scratch and Win Saturday. For tickets, go to Pirates.com. It'll be Game 3 of this 4-game series with the Milwaukee Brewers. Cervelli fireworks show. And 3-0 Brewers lead going to the 4th inning. Great look at the skyline. Look at this. Another bat signal. A.J. Burnett, who gave up the 3 first-inning runs, and on the golf building as well. Wow. Pretty cool. Point Park University tweets. If you're watching at home, you see what skyline looks like now. As this ball's fouled out of play.
Yeah, looking across the river to Gotham City.
Yeah. Look at that. Pretty wild. I'd love to see Burnett continue what he has done in the last couple of frames. With the 3 hard hit balls in the first inning, but then got 3 weak ground balls in that frame as well. Retired the side in order in the second, a 1-out walk in the third.
There's the location we're looking for. Right there. On the knees or lower, breaking ball.
2 can't get Davis to chase. Davis hit that 2-run homer off that green batter's eye. It's Davis's 19th of the year. Another ground ball. Mercer takes care of Chris Davis.
You know, there's sometimes you come back after a long layoff and you really don't know what's going to happen, and you might not be doing what you want to do. You might be overamped, you might be adrenaline, you might be a little anxious, a little excited, and sometimes you can get away with it, and sometimes you can't. I mean, he didn't get away with anything. They ripped it hard. But so I've seen guys come back and throw high fastballs or be all over the place, and they get a pop-up or something, and just you never know. But whatever the reason, when you come back after a layoff.
But you're saying that it's possible that even for guys experienced as Burnett,
yes,
he's a little amped up tonight,
and a little and wondering what's going to happen, yeah, and maybe preoccupied, maybe a little bit with that kind of stuff, rather than being himself when he's in a role, starting every 5th day and business as usual.
I wonder if he also
he's not. Nobody's guaranteed an escape from nerves, a little anxious, a little excited, a little adrenalized.
Well, upstairs, 90 miles per hour gets past Santana.
He certainly didn't get away with anything, whatever the reason. It's just a late decision to take a rip at a temptation fastball.
I wonder if you're also wondering, Steve, you've been out 6 weeks with that right elbow inflammation. In the back of your mind, even though you've had these bullpen sessions, you've had the simulated games, you don't know how you're going to feel even.
You really don't. You can be around 10 years, 15 years. You don't. You can almost take that down to every major league start. You're not exactly certain what you're going to be bringing in from that bullpen when you warm up.
Oh,
you hope to get off to a good start.
Strikes out Santana.
And so many times not knowing what you're coming in with from the bullpen, you get through that first inning. Okay, I'm fine. I felt good out there in the bullpen. Now I'm feeling good here.
Change up. You don't see many of these from A.J. Burnett. But those are those pitches we're kind of wondering about, around 88 or so, 86 to 88. And he's thrown a handful of change-ups.
And that's not a big separation if you're throwing 92 miles an hour on a changeup. 91, 92, you want to be down in the low 80s. That's not. But sometimes they'll call that a BP fastball, and then just enough separation, looking very much like the regular fastball. So there's a lot of subtleties in terms of speed separation. Pitch speed.
He's thrown 9 change-ups tonight. He's gotten swings and misses on them 4 times.
And again, we're so sure what guys are throwing now with all this technology. And to me, 91 down to 88 is not a changeup. I mean, that's like a BP fastball that you're just taking a little bit off. Maybe you label it as a changeup. To me, a changeup is a lot more speed separation. But be what as it may, if you're effective with it, doesn't matter the label.
Line to center.
See, that's when you get away with it. That ball's hit right on the button.
And so 1, 2, 3.
Who knows?
Pirates baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Cruze and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go, Bucks!
Pirates are trailing 3-0 here, going to the bottom of the 4th inning against Willie Peralta. Pirates have lost 6 straight games to the Brewers. Of course, those 6 were played at Miller Park. And they're down here 3-0. Josh Harrison flied to right in the 1st inning. Can't hold up there. Appealed, and the first base umpire, Manny Gonzalez, said he went. Looked like from up here that he had gone on that pitch.
We talked about Peralta's very good control, and he's throwing the ball pretty much where he wants to so far in this ball game. He's made some very good inside fastballs to create ground balls, kind of routine outs on the infield. They want it inside. They got it inside. Pretty good looking pitch that he did not get a call on. Might have been too far inside. But you saw Maldonado setting up that way. Watch the catcher's setup. When they set up in the middle, then they don't have a specific plan on that pitch to commit inside or outside where they set up. They're just, okay, throw a ball downstairs, get yourself a strike. Same setup right there. He's sitting in the middle.
Boy, nice job. Harrison fell behind early. 0-2, worked the count full and draws the free pass.
So it works once again. Talk about a good control pitcher, and he issues a free pass. Great counsel looking around to see what's going to happen with this particular matchup. McCutchen against Peralta.
Brewers are 54-60 under counsel. McCutchen hit a bouncing ball to deep third that was backhanded by Elian Herrera.
Yeah, he got well inside on Andrew that first at bat. To talk with his pitcher. You wonder with a guy that doesn't strike out many people, and that translates into putting the ball into play a lot, if you think about sending runners more often because you expect contact. Keep an eye on Josh Harrison, see if he has any thoughts in that direction, or if Clint Hurdle does. Josh kind of playing around with Peralta there. Fake move early and getting back.
Just 8 attempts with Peralta on the hill this season by opponents. 5 successful steals. A couple of fastballs to McCutchen. That first one well in on him, fouled it off.
Yeah, and both of those foul balls, he's kind of hitting right on top of the ball. And once again, hitting the ball straight down on the ground, right around home plate. So done a little bit of that, more than usual early on. Hitting the top of the ball.
Hard, but that's a double play ball. Right at Herrera. Five, 4-3 DP, 2 outs.
Get the glove around that ball. Doesn't matter if you have 2 long throws. One to second, then one back to first. You have plenty of time.
Chick-fil-A double play.
Smoke.
The right-handed hitters have been pulling the ball against Peralta. With the exception of Harrison, who flied out his first time. That's the second time McCutcheon has hit the ball on the ground to third. Jung Ho Kang did it. Pulled it to Herrera. Starling Marte on deck. Pulled the ball on the ground.
Impressive home runs delivered by Kang in Cincinnati. Grand Slam was always impressive, but that one the previous night, the monster shot. That was fun to watch.
And he gets this hit into center field on the 1-1 pitch.
You hear the sound of the bat there. It sounded like he's making kindling. Just kind of chopped at it. Got it in the right spot.
Got just a piece of it on the very end of the bat.
Yep. Exactly right. That's what creates that sound. I'm not sure what to do now. I think I got enough of it. I didn't hit much, but I'm going to hit the first base.
Well, Marte.
Let's watch Starling Marte and see how much he crowds home plate and see how much Peralta tries to crowd him. Maldonado will tell you a little bit about that. See him move in.
And again.
Wants it inside. Gets it there. Now we're going to go away, probably with a breaking ball.
Checks.
Old-time honored thing. Fastball inside and see if you can get him off the plate, take him away from swinging at something outside.
Back in and missed. Peralta 5-8. ERA 4.21 coming into this game. 17 wins last year, 11-15 2 years ago. His first full season in the big leagues.
Career-wise, dead even, 35-35.
2-1. And another ground ball to third. Herrera, that left side of the infield, busy as these right-handed hitters continue to beat that ball to the ground, pulling Peralta. During the Pirates game against the Brewers.
On the North Shore where the flags fly high and all around
Get a dose of the local music scene as we highlight bands from around the burg throughout our entire Pirates broadcast. Friday Night Rocks tomorrow when the Buccos take on the Brewers at 6:30 on Root Sports. Tonight the Pirates trail a 3-spot in the first off of A.J. Burnett that has held up for Willie Peralta. Burnett gave up 3 hard-hit balls. Scooter Gennett led off the game with a double. Then he got 2 ground ball outs. Then Adam Lind singled sharply to center. Then Chris Davis hit that home run to the batter's eye wall in center field. And as Dan Potash said, well, since those bat signals went up,
AJ's been much better. And by the way, they were talking about a lot of birthdays tonight. Special happy birthday wish to my granddaughter Megan, who turned 22 today. Happy birthday, Meg. You're looking wonderful.
Yeah.
I was going to sing to her.
They and I were talking about the birthdays. Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Yep.
Popped up. Alvarez. One away.
I was going to sing to her, 22, prettiest girl I ever knew. Megan Blass is 22. Okay. There you go.
Very nice.
Got it done.
I think she liked that.
Better.
See Thursday Night Rocks too.
That's right. With Blass.
Yeah, right. I was thinking, Thursday night, then Lizzie, the boys are back in town.
Yeah. Back in town for 2 more regular season homestands. Hey. 1-1 count on the pitcher.
We want to keep Mr. Peralta's string going. Now he's 0 for 26 coming into this at bat.
And going back to last year, 0 for his last 49.
Ouch. Ouch. I didn't know that part.
He hasn't had a hit since July 21st. Matt Latos in Cincinnati last year. But it's 3-1. He's also walked twice this season. He's walked 3 times this season.
Well, that can be frustrating. That is frustrating.
Bucks and Brewers tomorrow at 7:05 for his 20,000 fans. Get a Pirates t-shirt just like this one that Charlie Morton is wearing. Compliments of Western Pennsylvania Toyota dealers. Enjoy food, live entertainment, and check out the Leinenkugel Bar before the game on the Friday night block party on Federal Street. That is presented by Barrel Automotive. For tickets, go to pirates.com/free shirt Friday. Having fun on a Thursday night. Scooter Gennett has doubled and struck out. Home plate umpire Phelan Colbert said that's outside. It was just a bit outside. That's not close. Now time called by Francisco Cervelli. The first pitch that was called a ball, A.J. Burnett reacts a little bit, not much.
Cervelli out to have a visit with his pitcher after the routine pop-up. The walk to the pitcher, and sometimes that can be just really frustrating. And you want to make sure you can let it go because you can't do anything about it. I hate to do it. He knows Peralta can't hit. Certainly not trying to walk him. It happens, and you don't like it. Nobody likes it, except Peralta.
And that could be too.
Should be.
It is.
Everybody likes it.
Well, I'll tell you what, A.J. Burnett's return, very promising after that shaky first inning. It is 3-0.
It's Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network. Health for all. By Kenny Ross. Just ask a neighbor. And by Levin's, the official furniture and mattress supplier of the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
Still 3-0. Brewers lead the Pirates here at PNC Park. Going to the bottom of the 5th inning. Keep up with the pennant races in true HD quality on MLB.TV Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 400 supported devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, widget, and more. Visit MLB.TV today. We're keeping up with the other games thanks to that app. Cincinnati leading the Cardinals 2-0 after 3. Still a delay in Philadelphia. Cubs and Phils. You know who's pitching tonight, by the way, Steve, for Cincinnati? I was going to ask you about this.
John Lamb?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, John's made a comeback. My brother-in-law.
Your brother-in-law.
Who pitched for the Pirates for parts of 2 years in the early 70s. Saw that. They're doing very well. But he's got a good curveball like John Lamb from Connecticut had.
Jaime Garcia for the Cardinals. 2-0 the count on Alvarez. With Cervelli to follow. Pirates with 2 singles off of Peralta.
John Lamb saved a game for me back in the day. Got the save.
That's the way it should be, huh?
Yeah, family thing.
And a 4-pitch walk to Pedro Alvarez.
Second leadoff walk.
And it's the 3rd straight inning the Pirates have had their leadoff man aboard against Peralta.
Cash it in.
His buddy Martin Maldonado.
They go back all the way to days in the minor leagues together, I believe. So
yeah, lower minors.
Yeah, he can holler at him all he wants because you get those relationships early on in pro ball. No rules. A lot of folks here watching this ball game ready to see some action from the Pirate bats. Pirates salvaging what they could after a rough start on the road trip. Lost the first 3. And then,
to Milwaukee.
Yep. And then 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 wins. 4 and 5 to salvage what they could.
23 games left on the regular season schedule after tonight.
9 of them involving the Cubs and Cardinals.
And the Cardinals 3 more, and the Chicago Cubs, of course, a 4-game series with that day-night doubleheader starting Tuesday here. And then the Pirates go to Chicago for 3 games.
So 10 out of the 23.
Brewers will have a say in things. We talked about that when we were in Cincinnati, how the Reds will play a role in this National League Central Division and the wild card hosts. The Reds leading the Cardinals 2-0, but these Brewers will be hosting St. Louis next week, and then they will be going to Chicago in a couple of weeks. Snap throw, look out. Alvarez gets back.
You know, Greg, you talk about the schedule, and in July and in August it's still kind of over the horizon, kind of a gray area, but in September it really gets focused, and you will really know more day by day. But after this homestand, you'll get an idea of where you are. And Pirates head out for a West Coast road trip, but you'll get a feel for things by the time the dust settles after the Cubs leave town.
1-2 on Cervelli. Right now the Pirates have control of the wild card game. 3 up on the Cubs. If the season were to end today, the Pirates would host their 3rd consecutive 1-game wild card playoff. 1-2 on Cervelli. He's singled to start the 3rd. And he battles Peralta.
Again, Peralta not striking out anybody. Got Mercer, but you wonder, even though Alvarez doesn't have a big lead, doesn't run much. But not going
the other way. Solid single to right.
He's something else, isn't he? He really is something else. He wants to play every inning of every game.
And he savors every at-bat, every pitch he sees when he's at the plate. And here, the 6th pitch, he rifles into right field.
Yep, a pitch that you don't want to try to pull. Hits it the opposite way with authority. And now we come again to that critical number 8 spot.
Jordy Mercer is at the plate. Strike is called. Joe Blanton is loosening the bullpen, Steve. This is how we are at the stage of the season, at the stage of a game, down 3-0. The pitcher on deck, he's pitching well, A.J. Burnett. But
he's down in the game, and games are precious.
It's only in the 5th. Neil Walker, bat in hand. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. We told you Mercer's numbers in his career against Willie Peralta not good. 1 hit in 14 career at-bats against him.
And really didn't look all that good chasing that breaking ball to strike out, and that's the only strikeout Peralta has registered.
Two on, no one out, down 3.
And again, you wonder how many opportunities in a 9-inning game do you have? And here's one right here that you want to cash in.
Well, that almost looked like it might be over the plate, and the Maldonado
wanted that
jerked that mitt. Look at that. He lost that strike.
Well, you know, one of the reasons he might have lost it, he set up inside, so now he's lunging back out. It might have cost him a strike. He had set up inside.
Even after catching the ball, he jerked. I think he's mad at himself there.
He is.
Knowing he cost his pitcher a strike. 2-2. Opponents hit .293 against Peralta with runners in scoring position. And that's where Alvarez is right now. 2-2 count on Mercer. Big pitch coming here. 3-2.
Another big pitch. This is the time of year.
Yeah,
you get into games where you can go pitch by pitch in a lot of different situations that you wouldn't pay much attention to in May and June.
So 3-2. A.J. Burnett is on deck.
For the time being.
Neil Walker paces. Joe Blanton in the bullpen. 3-2 on Mercer. Still 3-2, just gets a piece of it.
Is there any doubt that Neil's going to hit?
Mercer goes deep now.
Well, yeah, or double play, maybe.
Yeah. There are some scenarios.
Yep, but he's ready.
Rain delay in Philadelphia. They've got our game on the big board in Philly. High fly ball to left. He just missed tying this game. Alvarez is moving to third, and so is Cervelli. Nicely done. Pedro Alvarez advances, and behind him goes Cervelli, and with that, A.J. Burnett will be called back. Yep. And Walker will hit.
And good heads-up stuff. Pedro Alvarez is standing right at second base. He can watch the height of the ball, the depth of the ball. That ball's in the air now. He's figuring out what his chances are to go to third base. Get back there. Okay, so now he looks and he feels like he can get it done.
Well, that's big time. That's great base running from Alvarez, and Cervelli watches. Cervelli watches Alvarez advance, so he too moves up 90 feet, where a base hit could get the Bucks within one.
And that's scouting too. You're scouting the arms in the outfield. You're looking at percentages on what kind of arms they have. So they had it figured out that Davis was not going to be able to. Well, their chances were good against Davis. Let's put it that way.
Here's the birthday boy, now 30-year-old Neil Walker.
So AJ could see that coming, doesn't like it, but you don't want him to like it because the game comes before the person. Simple as that.
Ball one. Walker, 286 career hitter versus Peralta. Oh, nice. He's 30 on their 35th anniversary. Walker 4 for 9 off the bench this season. Well, anything to get that run in, to make everybody feel better about this ball game. And now 1 ball, 1 strike. Infield is back.
Peralta amps it up to 96 there. He knows the jam is in. AJ, yeah, he knows how the game is played. I mean, it's not a surprise to him.
Well, pretty encouraging stuff after 3 hard hit balls in that first inning.
Yep.
He really
he got down in the strike zone. Maybe he was just overamped. Maybe it's as simple as that. Another conference. Maldonado, Peralta. Also looking on. There's your
the lasers.
Your lasers out to bat country.
Bat signals across the city skyline tonight, marking A.J. Burnett's return. Two and one.
And that's what happens when you're really trying to throw harder. He threw a 96-mile-an-hour fastball before. That's involved rhythm and body. Now you try to overthrow it. The body's gone. The arm can't get to that kind of speed when it's just by itself. Got to be coordinated.
Fouled off. 2 and 2. Neil Walker batting for A.J. Burnett.
He's looking to laser one.
Yeah.
Or as Jim Tracy would say, a vapor trail.
Looking to get at least Alvarez in from third with that infield back, but now 2 and 2 the count. Line toward right, but he pulls it foul. Oh, man, that was a laser.
A little bit out in front as Peralta went away from the fastball. 86, 85, something other than the fastball. Kind of breaking ball, slider curve, whatever they call them these days. He was just a little bit out in front.
2 and 2. The other way. Alvarez will tag and score. And it's 3-1.
On the board.
Walker does the job, bringing home Alvarez, who does a tremendous job himself running the bases. A.J. Burnett will be there to greet Walker.
Still in business. But if you're going to run on him from second to third, you can certainly come in comfortably from third to home. That was a good at bat.
Yeah, it was.
He had a chance to go down swinging, and that really takes the air out of the opportunity. But a tough at bat. Peralta threw some good pitches. He wound up getting the job done.
Now Polanco 0 for 2. First time up, he flied out to the center fielder Santana in the right center. Last time up, he fouled out. Chris Davis, the left fielder, made a nice play. Hits even at 3 apiece. Pirates down 2 in the 5th. Snap throw to second. Cervelli scrambles back. No, he's thrown out. Martin Maldonado throws out Cervelli. The Pirates will check it. He's going to be out.
That hurt.
Got him.
Francisco Cervelli thrown out to end the bottom of the 5th. Martin Maldonado picks him off. The Pirates get on the board. Picked off second by the catcher of the Brewers, Martin Maldonado. Gene Segura sneaks in there and applies the tag. Cervelli was trying to get out to a good secondary lead, hoping he'd be able to score on a base hit, and not able to get back.
And you hate to be critical, but you know, in a 2-out situation, maybe you don't need to take that risk. You're going to be off with contact anyway, so to risk getting an extra 2 or 3 steps of a lead when you can be underway at contact, you weigh that against the other, and just got to stay closer. And also, you know you have a scouting report and know that Maldonado likes to throw, and he likes to throw with a strong arm. There's a lot of things that go into that.
Here's Joe Blanton now, taking over for A.J. Burnett. See Blanton's numbers since being acquired from Kansas City. Blanton last worked on Saturday in St. Louis. Scoreless 8th inning.
3 quick wins for Blanton. He will face in this inning a man that homered. He hadn't given up much, but Adam Lind has a home run against him. So the final line on A.J. Burnett, 5 innings, 3 runs on 3 hits. They all came in the first inning. Then 4 scoreless after that. 3 strikeouts, 3 of those 4 scoreless after that, facing 3 batters.
In on him and just fisted it out to left field.
It was like the gung hit. Sounded like it.
So Blanton gives up the leadoff hit, brings up Ryan Braun. Braun 0 for 2.
Ball that was a hit from Gung was off the end of the bat. This was off the handle.
Braun's ground out in the first brought in the first run. Scooter Gennett led off the ball game with a double against A.J. Burnett. That's lined hard into left field. And into the corner it goes, but it somehow sticks as Marte expected it to go into the left field corner. And he's looking at it right now, trying to figure out maybe it hit that padding that juts out.
I think the Pirates are fortunate. That ball would have been a lot deeper, and he was able to come in, and coming in on the ball would hold them up more than if he was chasing the ball with his back to the infield. Find out what it stuck on. You see that edge of the padding? You're exactly right, Greg. It almost got in there and stuck. There's just room enough for a ball to get squeezed under there. It was going to be at least second and third with nobody out, regardless.
There's Adam Lind, 1 for 2. Ryan Braun, his 26th double of the year.
And that ball was tattooed. Instant jam for Joe. His block.
Blanton, as Steve mentioned, has given up a couple of home runs to Adam Lind, who's 3 for 9 lifetime versus this right-hander. Adam Lind came into this game hitting just .211 against Pirates pitching. Former Blue Jay came over this winter in a deal for Marco Estrada. See the infield with Josh Harrison back onto the outfield grass. And a big K for Blanton. Huge.
Just to go back for A.J. Burnett for a moment, he threw a total of 64 pitches. I believe he threw 20 in the first inning. So the next 4 innings, through 44, faced one over the minimum. So he certainly did get it together, but remains on the hook. Yep, you want to go ahead and chase that. Knock yourself out.
Well, the infield comes in here. Chris Davis at the plate.
Yep, now your goals change. Davis has struck out 98 times.
Toward third, play at the plate, right on the money, no problem. Jung-Ho Kang, a strike to Cervelli, 2 outs.
Way to go, Joe. Instant trouble. Now he's got a chance to get out of it clean and smooth. Easy pickings right here. Get the ball, make the tag.
Jung-Ho Kang throws to Cervelli, applies the tag on Herrera. Now it's first and third as Braun, who doubled, moves to third base. Chris Davis at first, and the batter is Domingo Santana. He's grounded out to third and struck out. The ebbs and flows of a baseball game and a pennant race, where moments ago you're disappointed that Cervelli is picked off second. And then just as quickly. His 6th inning begins with a base hit and a double ripped to left field. Now there are 2 outs. And maybe a momentum shift back to the Pirates if Blanton can get out of this. 0-2.
Still disappointed about that initial thing, but on we go. Joe Blanton, and you just think, now they're going to take off, and you wonder, he should have left Burnett in. You get all the kind of reactions going on after those first 2 at bats. Now Blanton has got a chance to put up a 0, and just the emotions are just so amplified, just so much more pronounced.
0-2 on Davis. Runner goes from first, and the Pirates will go ahead and let Davis steal second uncontested.
They'll never have an easier one. Number 5 for him.
Looking for a strikeout here of Santana.
Or any kind of an out. So the emotion's still involved, a roller coaster. You're 1 out away, but they're 1 hit away.
Struck him out looking.
Here's your emotion.
Joe Blanton just filling that strike zone up with strikes. Fill him up, Joe. 3-1 Brewers.
Dodworth and Rob, why don't you tell us how you guys came about this idea and quickly put it together?
Well, the idea came from Mayor Peduto's office, and he called us on Tuesday, and I immediately called George, and George and I collaborated on the selection of the buildings with the Pittsburgh Pirates, and came out here yesterday, set up, spent a little time here at night, and brought it to life today. And really, if I may say, it's a great example of the mayor's office and the Pirates and our local businesses and all the local businesses that helped and agreed to do this, just supporting the Bucks and AJ.
George, this looks like something that George Lucas could put together for Star Wars, so why don't you tell me a little bit about the technology behind this?
Yes, there's just a mountain of lasers behind us. This would be enough to do several rock concerts simultaneously in separate cities, but they're all here together just for this.
I know that every city has a unique skyline, but does this just happen to work out perfectly for what you guys are trying to do?
Oh, I love it. I mean, I hate to be so cliche to call it Gotham, but the look of the sister bridges here, the aesthetic of this skyline with these projections for this team, I love it.
Gentlemen, the men behind the bat signal. Guys, well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Yep, thanks to Rob and George. Just unbelievable. As we said, Hollywood-like.
Yep.
That skyline. Just incredible for the fans here at PNC Park to see this.
The city is in safe hands.
I think that Thomas Tull had some role in that as well, so thank him in a big way, and the mayor. And as we said, this is an idea that really started back in May, thanks to our friends 100.7 Star FM and Bubba, and all the folks involved. The Pirates worked so hard. Brian Sciarra, Brian Marecki. Really cool. And it's a city skyline, Steve, that offers you the opportunity to do this. It's just another reason why this is such a cool city.
the residence inn right there with that arch underneath. It's perfectly centered over the top of that, above the arch. I mean, you couldn't. I don't think you could come up with a better configuration. Beautiful.
Mayor Peduto and all his staff working hard as well for all this to happen.
You love to see creative stuff.
Yeah. One away. Still a 2-0 Reds lead over the Cardinals in the bottom of the 5th inning in Cincinnati.
There we go, John Lamb. Meanwhile, back here, Peralta's only given up 3 hits. The Pirates were able to scratch out that run on the sacrifice fly, but he has been very good through the first 5+.
And make it another hit. Number 4 for the Pirates. A line drive by Josh Harrison. Jay on base for the 2nd time. And now it's Andrew McCutchen. Good time for us to tell you about our day automotive this day in Pirates history. This day last year, Pirates and Phillies tied in the 5th inning. Andrew McCutchen put the Bucks ahead for good. First career inside the park home run. Pirates beat the Phillies 6-3. Collected 13 hits.
And did you see the kind of casual start out of the box for Andrew? Boy, did he pick it up. Saw that massive bounce that he got. Off to the races.
That game in Philadelphia was postponed. So the Cubs and Phillies will make that game up. A later date, I assume sometime this weekend. Pirates 3 games up on the Cubs. And 4.5 back of the Cardinals.
I assume they never got started, Greg, so nobody burned a pitcher.
Correct.
Boy, it looks like Santana's playing Andrew very cheap in center field. Or is it just me?
Yeah, it does look that way. And boy, if he could find the gap, that left center gap, we might see this day in history again. Replayed. Count goes in McCutchen's favor, 2-1. McCutchen has twice hit the ball to the 3rd baseman, Elian Herrera. Last time he hit into a double play. First time up, Herrera backhanded the ball, hugging the line in back of 3rd.
He couldn't have hit it much harder last time to hit into the double play. Hit it right on the button.
Sitting on 89 RBIs for the season. 21 homers. Not a play.
You know, it's kind of interesting about Peralta with a runner on first base with speed, so a potential base stealer. He seems to have the same approach. He comes to a long set position. In other words, not been quick. He's been coming to a set, staying there. He's not
really varying it much.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. So you wonder about timing if somebody wants to take off from first base. He's not varied it very much. Of course, he might do it right here, but it's been a long pause.
Two and 2 the count. Now it is full on Andrew McCutchen.
We'll watch Peralta, we'll watch Andrew, we'll watch Josh Harrison.
No gone next. McCutchen, not a lot of his success against Peralta in the past. 3 hits in 14 at bats. There goes Harrison. Did he go? He did, says the home plate umpire. And it's a double play. Strike him out, throw him out. Double play to end the bottom of the 6th. Andrew McCutchen goes down swinging against Peralta. And as Dana Holgerson and his WVU Mountaineers play host to the Liberty Flames. It's all a part of Wild and Wonderful Sports, and it kicks off live Saturday at 3 on Root Sports. Great news that the Backyard Brawl is going to be back. Pitt and WVU going to resume that rivalry in 2022.
That was fun.
Pirates down 2. Not having much fun offensively against Willie Peralta and the Milwaukee Brewers. Andrew McCutchen and Josh Harrison, as they went back to their positions.
Yeah, the last 2 Pirate half innings have not ended well.
Strike him out, throw him out, double play with Jay Hay on the move, and Cervelli was picked off by Maldonado. Maldonado throws out Harrison, and Peralta strikes out McCutchen. Only the second strikeout for Willie Peralta. 2-1 on Segura.
Good news in Cincinnati is the Reds have extended their lead by a couple. 4-zip now.
We'll head to the studio before too long and get you updated on that one for a game break. Joe Blanton strikes out his 3rd. And nobody up in the bullpen for Milwaukee. Peralta at the 89 pitch mark.
See almost the whole hand on the ball. You can throw it as hard as you want and it can't go fast. That's the whole foundation and theory of changeup. A lot of grips you can use, a lot of different groups or grips by different groups. Circle change, palm ball, fork ball, they're all variations on the standard change.
What'd you choose?
I just used a regular fastball grip, but try to, instead of extending the arm toward home plate, pull it down. They used to call it pulling down the shade. And you go straight down with your follow through instead of straight forward.
Well, you don't see that too often anymore, do you?
No.
2 outs.
That'd be fun to maybe take a look at that.
Peralta will take his time coming to the plate. It's a big swing. So, Steve, what do you have here? This is your changeup.
Yep. So instead of extending out for the fastball, you pull your hand down off the ball, and so your follow through is not toward home plate. It's straight down. And
pulling down the shade.
Pulling down the shade, they used to call it.
To the shortstop. Joe Blanton is going to have a couple of scoreless innings. 1, 2, 3. And the Pirates with 3 more shots at the Milwaukee Brewers. Willie Peralta will be coming out for the bottom of the 7th inning. We're going to keep it here for some Take Me Out to the Ball game on a Thursday night. The boys are back in town.
I want you now to stand and follow the bouncing Eaton Park Smiley Cookie as we sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
The authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Pirates trailing 3-1. Head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Cleanup hitter Chung Ho Gong leads off against Willie Peralta, who figures to be on a short leash. Gone over the 100 pitch mark 5 times this season. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on Gong. He's bounced to third and singled to center. and 2. Talked about Peralta's start against the Reds August the 30th. 7 innings, 1 run, 7 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts. Previous start interrupted by a rain delay and only went 2 innings.
And you wonder if he said something to Craig Counsell saying I'm feeling all right, because still, I don't know if was somebody warming up when he went up to bat.
I don't think so.
So nothing happening right now.
But it won't take much. Rick Kranitz talking right now with Counsell.
You would think somebody, if that was the case, somebody would be just loosening up casually. He's just given up 4 hits. What has he walked a couple? It's number 95 coming up.
That's hit hard into left.
Let's see if that creates some activity in the corner.
Another leadoff hit. Yeah. Leadoff base runner. Now, 4 of the last 5 innings, the Pirates have gotten their leadoff man on and only scored 1 run.
A couple of double plays and a pickoff will help that. You're right, Greg. Instant activity out in the bullpen.
Gong's second hit. Well, the Pirates just their 5th hit. Starling Marte has twice pulled the ball to the left side of the infield. A bouncer to short, a bouncer to third. Look at how these Brewers have pitched certain Pirates batters. Mentioned a couple of them at the start of the ball game. Josh Harrison came in this year batting just 182 against Brewers pitching. Francisco Cervelli only 179. Alvarez a $196. Starling Marte 211. Gregory Polanco 196. And that will allow Gong to move into scoring position.
Well, at least you're out of the traditional double play scenario right now. That's certainly a step in the right direction. Again, setting up inside, not getting the pitch delivered in that direction.
Jeremy Jeffress pitched well against Pittsburgh this season. Another ball gets away and Gong goes to third. Two wild pitches during this Marte at bat. And a 3-0 count.
Wild pitch that should have been blocked. But we'll take it.
Infield will concede a run.
Which is no small thing in a 2-run ball game.
4-pitch walk.
That could be the end of the leash.
First and third. Pedro Alvarez will be coming to the plate.
That Craig Counsell not looking like, well, they're discussing things.
That is going to be it for Peralta.
6+.
He will exit with a lead, but both runners will be his responsibility. Up to the Brewers bullpen. knocking out Jaime Garcia. Joey Votto, who didn't have much to say before the game to reporters about his incident yesterday. Your boy John Lamb went 5 innings of 3 hit shutout ball, walked 6 batters.
That's all right. That's all right.
But shut them out his innings. So
pretty sizable pitch count, I must admit.
Yeah. Pedro Alvarez coming to the plate.
Take a look at the home run number. He's given up 3. Just saying. Almost a strikeout per inning. Power guy. But the Pirates setting up shop in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Jeffers, you see, has given up just 3 home runs.
4 wild pitches, a couple balks.
First pitch strike, a breaking ball. And a let's go Pedro chance. Ball, 1 strike. Alvarez 0 for 2 against Jeffers.
There's a little indication of why he almost has a strikeout per inning at 96 miles an hour on that fastball.
And the chant, let's go Pedro.
Jeffers almost catching a flyer over the first base.
Last series in Milwaukee, Alvarez faced Jeffers on Thursday night and doubled off of him. Time is called. Taking too much time, so Alvarez asked for time.
That's all right. Fans still booing Jeffers.
Absolutely. Brewers bullpen as a whole has done a pretty good job this season. 3rd lowest batting average against behind the Mets and Giants. And that did miss by a lot, but it's 2-1.
Pedro laying off those breaking balls.
Two and two.
Almost looked like a little bit of a quick pitch there as Jeffers came to the stretch. And unlike Peralta, who stayed in the set position forever, he's out of there quickly.
Jonathan Lucroy did that a bit last week with Chris Davis. He kept asking for the quick pitch. And I wonder if Maldonado is suggesting the same thing from Peralta. 2-2.
Especially after a breaking ball. The fastball quick.
Yeah. Three and two. Lays off that pitch in the dirt. Jeffers has not given up a home run since May the 31st of the 3 he's given up this year. Mark Trumbo homered off of Jeffers when Trumbo was still with Arizona at the end of May. Cervelli to follow. 3-2 count. Nobody out. Down 2. Got him swinging. Jeffers strikes out Alvarez.
And again, doing it with the off-speed stuff. You see that so often. They show Pedro the fastball. Try to feature the hook. See if Cervelli can keep it going. He's already picked up a couple hits.
Now a double play gets the Brewers out of another inning. Pirates have had some rallies fizzle here tonight. Josh Harrison walked to start the fourth. Andrew McCutchen bounced into a double play. Then after Jung Ho Gung 2-out single, starting Marte bounced out. Alvarez walked to start the fifth. He would score on a sacrifice fly by Neil Walker. But with 2 outs and Cervelli at second, Cervelli was picked off. Ramos Ramirez is getting ready. Last inning with Harrison at first and 1 out. Took off on a 3-2 pitch to Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen struck out. Harrison thrown out. Out of the dirt, the pick by Maldonado. And again, he's looking to throw anywhere. Look toward first. The Reds are leading 6-0 over the St. Louis Cardinals. A 1-1 count on Cervelli.
Well, they certainly have to keep an eye on Marte. Represents the tying run.
Yes, he did. Offered at the pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-2.
97 miles an hour. That was the fastball. Let's see if he goes to the curve. He's used it a good bit in this inning. Thinking downstairs. No, another fastball.
2-2.
The ball in the dirt. Fastball in the dirt. But anything to get this, at least get this run at third base in. At least. Be a wild pitch if he goes to the hook.
Jeffers has pitched 10 innings this season against the Pirates. Has allowed 1 run, 6 hits. Two count on Cervelli. Still 2-2. Another one of these patented Cervelli battles.
You can see the approach, the philosophy by Jeffers and Maldonado. Just a lot of heat to Cervelli as opposed to a lot of soft stuff to Pedro. Just the opposite. They're showing him the breaking ball and going with the fastball. And why not when you can throw it 97 miles an hour? Cervelli discussing things with home plate umpire
Colbreth want to make sure he's ready as that ball was fouled off his foot. Colbreth doing his best to buy Cervelli some time. 2-2 the count. Jeffers. So tough against Pittsburgh. Almost got Cervelli.
And that would have hurt. Yeah. That 96 mile an hour fastball, 95, 96 in that range. When you got those feet planted like that, it's hard to get them out of the way. They're kind of locked in that batter's box.
Two-seam fastball riding in on him. 3-2 the count.
Marte off to the races here. You got a strikeout kind of pitcher.
Yeah.
We've been burned.
Yeah.
Different ways.
We'll see. 3-2. There he goes. Ball 4. Now they're loaded. Jordy Mercer is going to be called back. And former Brewer Aramis Ramirez is going to come to the plate, and a big shot here for the Pirates. And of course for the Brewers, they're thinking ground ball.
And they're also thinking Jeffers' strikeout numbers.
Ramirez went 3 for 12 in the series in Milwaukee. They're discussing how to pitch to him right now. Ramos Ramirez hit 2 home runs against the Brewers in that series at Miller Park. Look at the career numbers with the bases loaded. Does he thrive in these situations or what? 345, 10 career grandings. This season 4 for 8. Former Brewer with the bases loaded. Batting for Mercer. Started the previous 2 games at first base. First 2 appearances at first in his career.
When they go right inside with the heat.
Runners, Jung Ho Kang led off this inning with a base hit. He's at third, was wild pitched there. Sterling Marte forced to second after the free pass to Cervelli. Marte also walked. Last batter that Peralta faced. One ball and 1 strike.
Still pounding inside.
Ramos Ramirez has hit into 19 double plays. Matt Duffy of the Giants has hit into 21, more than any other player in the league. A base hit figures to tie this game with the speed of Marte.
And nobody paying attention to him up the middle. He can take as much as he wants.
Now 1-2. Pinch hitting for Mercer. Ramirez faced Jeffers last week and bounced out. First and only time he had faced his former teammate. 1-2. And he gets him swinging on a pitch in the dirt.
Finally went away from the fastball outside with the breaking ball, nowhere near the strike zone, and he got Ramos to chase. Let's take a look at this at bat from the beginning. Jeffers inside, back inside, again in there. And there you see, finally going out, down and away, and gets a huge, huge strikeout. His second. And the Brewers trying to hold the fort. Jeffers against Jeff Decker.
Travis Snyder.
Or I'm sorry, 23. I was thinking of Decker. Travis Snyder.
Snyder, left-handed hitter. This is the righty Jeffers. The split's not a whole lot different. Lefties at 276 off Jeffers. Right-handers at 243. Travis Snyder back with the Pirates. His first game since returning to Pittsburgh, his first home game. Neil Walker's sacrifice fly as a pinch hitter, accounting for the lone Pirates run to this point. 1 ball, no strikes on Snyder. The base is loaded and 2 outs. 2-0.
Take it any way we can get it.
Will Smith has been struggling lately for the Brewers. He's up in the pen. Gregory Polanco, left-handed batter, on deck.
Travis got to be looking for a fastball here. He does not want to take a chance and miss with a secondary pitch. Got it, but it was in a good spot.
Two and one on Snyder. .291 career hitter at PNC Park. 3-1. Traded to the Orioles over the offseason for 2 pitchers, minor leaguers who performed very well in the Pirates system this year.
He might throw a breaking ball here, but I would doubt it. If he does, it's going to surprise everybody, probably including Travis Snyder.
The bats for Blanton. And the Pirates are now down 1 as Travis Snyder works the walk. Pinch hit, free pass, give him a ribby. That free ride makes it 3-2. And that is going to be it for Jeffers, who strikes out 2 and walks 2. It's the 3rd walk to a Pirate this inning. Counsel will go to the struggling Will Smith. Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Pirates down 1. Bases loaded. Gregory Polanco will face Will Smith, who, again, I mentioned has been struggling, especially against left-handed batters. Last night in Miami, gave up a couple more runs.
However, 75 strikeouts in 53 innings. Very impressive. 4 home runs given up. Also has thrown 4 wild pitches. And to be honest, Maldonado has struggled, not with the arm. We've been very impressed with his arm, but handling pitches in the dirt.
He'll be very patient here against Smith. Left-handed batter has been laying off that slider. They're hitting .273 against him. first pitch strike. See the numbers. Will Smith, the splits. Polanco 0 for 3 in this game. Oh,
went soft on him.
0 and 2
in front. Gregory starting this pitch very early, ending up with that one-hand swing. Many times that's the indicator.
This is when Smith can be so tough getting ahead of the hitter. He said that's been his problem. He's been pitching from behind, needs to get out in front. He's done that to Polanco. Checks. No swing.
This close to leaving the bases loaded, but the proper call. He really did not commit.
1 and 2 on Gregory Polanco, down a run. 2 outs in the 7th. Swing and a miss. Runner breaks for the plate. This game's going to be. Oh, Polanco didn't run. Polanco didn't run initially.
Exactly right. A late start.
If he takes off immediately, this game would have been tied. Didn't see the ball get away. Pirates down by 1. But Polanco certainly not expecting Martin Maldonado to miss that pitch from Will Smith. Let's see if he takes off right away. That's a different story.
Certainly, at least would have been close.
I think he makes it easily if he goes right away. Takes off now. But again, he's not.
He looks back at the catcher.
Marte is at the plate.
When there's no doubt about him coming in.
And that's 90 feet. Yeah. Well, down a run.
That's it. That's the way it ends.
Still a shot. Ramos Ramirez takes over at third. Chung Ho Kang moves from third to short. Trying to keep this a 1-run deficit is Antonio Bastardo.
I'll tell you, initially I was watching Polanco. I didn't realize that ball got away a little further than I thought. I thought it had not rolled that far. So on we go.
That ball nearly rolled into the camera well.
Yeah. Got over by the
where he would have been given first base. Ball would have been out of play. But again, I just think he was kind of surprised by it all.
He never left.
Yep. Hernan Perez pinch hitting for Scooter Gennett. Right-handed batter takes ball 2.
You want to come back in the bottom of the 8th and win this thing, because there's been too many things to look back at.
That's so true. Just
you want to be able to wipe them off the slate.
Innings that fizzle at the end. Yep. The pickoff of Cervelli at second. They strike him out, throw him out, double play. Harrison and McCutchen that ended the 6th. Hits even at 5 apiece. That 3-run first. It's Burnett, the leadoff double by Scooter Gennett. And 2 ground ball outs. And Adam Lind, the line single to center field. And a home run by Chris Davis. Cervelli gets his cage rattled.
That's a straight shot to the mask.
Three and 2. Reds are up 7-0 now over the St. Louis Cardinals. Cardinals who have suddenly lost 4 of their last 6 ball games. 5 of their last 7. And looks like they're going to be dropping 6 in their last 8. Check swing. Yes, says the first base umpire. Manny Gonzalez.
Well, we've been wondering all year long if and when they're going to have a soft spot. Wouldn't it be wonderful if it's now?
Yeah, that pitching may be a bit suspect these days. The last few days.
Well, there you have a look at the attempt to check the swing, but they say no, he committed.
Herrera singled off of Joe Blanton, who did another reason why you'd like to come back. The way Blanton got out of that jam. The second and third, nobody out. In the 6th, 2 more scoreless innings for Joe Blanton.
And the way the game started out, looked like it was going to be a very, very difficult time for Pirate pitching, especially A.J. Burnett with the 3 spot in the first. But he got it right. Everybody's been pitching well since it's been Blanton and now Bastardo, and you don't want to, once again, you don't want to waste this kind of pitching. Tough first inning, but it's been great since then.
Go offense. It's not doing much.
Frustrating innings, inning after inning. Opportunities gone by.
A young fan was not expecting a baseball to be hit all the way up there
by a right-hand batter. That's
by
really
Keystone Corner. Yeah. And popped up now. Alvarez, Harrison, Polanco.
Properly takes it.
Well, Nissan Road ahead for the Pirates. It is Charlie Morton tomorrow against Jimmy Nelson. Pirates really struggled against Nelson. They'll have to turn that around tomorrow night. Then Saturday, Zach Davies against Jeff Locke, and Francisco Liriano faces Taylor Youngman on Sunday. Charlie Morton going tomorrow night. 7:05 first pitch. Hope to see you at a free shirt Friday. And fireworks Saturday night, Kids Sunday. Cubs in town for a day-night doubleheader on Tuesday. Ryan Braun Pitching Bastardo. 2 outs and nobody on in the 8th. Ball, 1 strike the count. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Antonio Bastardo as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Josh Harrison will be leading things off for the Pirates. Jay Hill will be followed by Andrew McCutchen. And after McCutchen, Jung Ho Kang. 2, 3, 4 in the order. Down 1. Kids 14 and younger will get a Pirate Parrot Cuddle-Up Pillow thanks to Highmark. We invite you to get to the ballpark early for the #1 Cochran Family Fun Zone out on Federal Street. And after the game, kids can run the bases courtesy of the original Pizza Logs. For tickets, go to pirates.com. The PMC scoreboard, Pirates trail by 1. In the bottom of the 8th. Kids Sunday, well, it's a bunch of kids ballpark on a Thursday night. Turned out to be a nice evening here in Pittsburgh, and they were treated to that laser show where the Batman bat signals appeared. Still do on the 3 buildings. Hernan Perez is now at third base as he pinch hit, and Elian Herrera moves from third to second.
Corey Knebel comes into work. Very good strikeout numbers, kind of high home run numbers. He's given up 7 out of the bullpen. You need a point.
Knebel gave up a Pedro Alvarez home run last Tuesday. Also gave up an Aramis Ramirez RBI double the next night. Good to see Jay reaching base a couple of times in this ball game. He's walked and singled.
Greg, I don't know if we want the leadoff man out.
Yeah, you're right.
It
doesn't work.
Not created.
Well, they have scored. There are 2 runs thanks to the leadoff man, but yeah, not anything dramatic for sure. And a pop up. Easy play for Braun. Jay Hay officially 1 for 3. On base a couple of times. Andrew McCutchen can do something dramatic. Looking for a little payback himself as Knebel was able to strike him out in a critical situation last week at Miller Park. 0 for 3 in this ball game. Archimedes Caminero and Joaquin Soria. Soria would be used as the closer. Mark Melancon and Tony Watson not pitching tonight. Hit well to right, but an opposite field home run for Andrew McCutchen to tie the game. Ryan Braun went back on him like he was going to have a play and then turned and watched. There's something dramatic. 22 homers for number 22, tied at 3.
Back to even. Back to even. Wipe the slate clean. We get a fresh start as Knebel gives up home run number 8. Andrew, one swing of the bat.
Takes Batman off the hook and ties it at 3. Oppo for Andrew McCutchen. When the ball left the bat, looked like it would be a deep fly ball to right. Braun looked up. Over the Clemente wall. 3-3.
Hanging breaking ball. Andrew got inside it and pushed it to the opposite field. I mean, really pushed it.
Allegheny Health Network Supermo on the super swing by Andrew McCutchen to tie it with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th.
There you have it. New ball game.
Well, you said you didn't want him to get the leadoff man on.
Yeah, just well, actually, that would have been pretty nice had it played out the same way, but we'll take it.
Chung Ho Kang. He's tied up, down on strikes. 22nd home run for McCutchen. Gives him 90 RBIs now for the season.
Those mile markers falling down from him along the way, getting to that 100 RBI mark, and you know he's going to get there. You just know in your heart he's going to get there.
Second Pirate in team history, along with Barry Bonds, with 150 homers and 150 steals in a career.
He does it again.
Second time in his career he's reached the 90 RBI mark. Is he going to reenact it? Marte 0 for 2 with a walk.
Boy, what hard work to get this third run. And then it came so quickly and so easily.
Oh, that hurts. 94. Oh, 2 pitch. Todd Tomczyk is ready to check on Marte.
Baseball hurts, and that's up above the armor. That's on that left shoulder.
So he is on.
He is on base, and he's going to have to forget about the shoulder and steal second for us. Simple as that.
Well, Knebel now faces Alvarez, who hit his 22nd home run of the season, leading off the 8th inning a week ago this past Tuesday. 0-1. Alvarez struck out last time up.
Yep. Here's the off-speed pitch start. Having it bat to Pedro. We see it so often.
The Reds are leading 9-0 over the Cardinals after 7 innings. This will be the final out.
Another breaking ball.
But it is a new ball game. Thanks to that man, Andrew McCutchen, 22nd home run of the year over the Clemente wall to tie it at 3. Hit by that pitch. Back of the shoulder. Andrew McCutchen checking it out. McCutchen tying the game with the opposite field home run. And looking at what maybe Maldonado, how he was set up. Time now for our Data Strong fan photo of the game, brought to you by T-Mobile. Some fans in to watch Jung Ho Kang from Korea here in Pittsburgh. Watch Jung Ho Kang. And Kang, 2 more hits tonight. Sean Rodriguez takes over at first base. In a tie game, Joaquin Soria takes over on the mound.
Bastardo, very clean, top of the 8th. 3 up, 3 down with a strikeout. Soria's numbers. Game number 18. Like that 0 next to the home run column.
Next to his home run column is 22 RBIs, 90. Two and 1 on Lynn. Evens the count. Joaquin Soria, another player acquired by the Pirates before the deadline. Got him from the Tigers. He was their closer. Worked a scoreless inning last night.
Sure, you heard the news about another Joaquin, spelled differently. Joaquin Andujar passing away, died several days ago. Strong major league career.
Joaquin Andujar, the flamboyant veteran pitcher who memorable moments in the World Series with the Cardinals. Line drive, base hit. Land singles to start the 9th off Joakim Soria. Second hit for Lind was similar to his first inning base hit off Burnett. Chris Davis then followed that hit with a home run. His 19th gave the Brewers a 3-0 lead. Francisco Rodriguez in case they take the lead. Tyler Thornburg in case it's tied. Closer, K-Rod, Francisco Rodriguez.
Seems like it's never easy against these Brewers.
Ball, 2 strikes on Davis.
He'll give a courtesy look to Lind over there, but he doesn't run. Has not attempted any steals.
Stepping out looking. Joakim Soria strikes out Davis looking. Buccos continue this 4-game series. Tomorrow, Charlie Morton takes the mound for the Pirates to face the Brewers. Coverage starts at 6:30 with Pirates pregame presented by W.B. Mason on Root Sports. Charlie Morton, good ball game pitched last time out against the Cardinals. Popped way up there. Who wants it? Jay calls for it. Domingo Santana flies out.
Discussing things, Josh Harrison with Rodriguez, confirming he had the better angle coming across. Certainly had enough time. That ball was in the air for an hour.
Bounce toward the shortstop. Gong. That's it. See if the Pirates can walk it off. Heading to the bottom of the 9th inning. Almost 22,000 on hand. Want to see a Bucco W. beautiful shots from the Allegheny Health Network. Supermo. We showed you that earlier tonight. Some great work to help with a lot of people coordinating that neat look of the Batman signals on the city skyline. And Domingo Santana moves from center field to left field. Logan Schaefer now in the ball game to play center field. He would hit in the 9th spot. If this goes extra innings, and Tyler Thornburg put in the 5 hole.
Take a look once again at that home run column we pointed out on Knebel. He gave up his 8th. A lot of home runs for just 18 appearances, 5 given up by Thornburg. Let's play that refrain again here in the 9th inning.
Well, Michael Morse, Travis Ishikawa getting ready. Morse actually with the helmet on. Looks like he will be batting for Soria. Pitcher spot due up 3rd. Francisco Cervelli on base each of his 3 times to the plate.
Thornburg averaging just about a strikeout per inning with those 5 home runs given up. In under the hands of Francisco.
And Cervelli retired for the first time tonight. Thornburg strikes out Francisco Cervelli to start the bottom of the 9th. There's Aramis Ramirez. He struck out. The base is loaded as a pinch hitter. There's Jeremy Jeffers.
Nothing too subtle about Thornburg coming in here in the bottom of the 9th.
You see Ramirez mouth wow after that first pitch. Fly ball, shallow left shortstop out. Segura. Michael Morse to pinch hit. Morse pinch hitting for Joaquin Soria. Pinch hit in the 9th inning last night. Broken bat, double play ball. The Pirates won the game 5-4. They were looking for some insurance. Starts him off with a breaking ball. Caminero going to be coming on. Unless the Pirates can win it here. Vance Worley got a win. Game 2 of that AAA International League Playoff Series. Best of 5. The Indianapolis Indians now lead Scranton Wilkes-Barre 2-0. Worley 8 innings, 1 unearned run. And Morse lines this foul out of play. Foul balls up that way. The bow tie bar. 1-2.
Good place to be for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, in case you get a foul ball.
Yeah. Don't tip anything over while you're making the catch.
Two and two on Morse. And that's foul.
What a job by the Pirate pitching.
Yeah.
The first inning looked like it was going to be maybe the beginning of a long night, but AJ got it together, and it's just been zeros after that first inning.
Burnett allowed 3 hits in the first, and then allowed only 2 base runners, 2 walks, lifted for a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 5th. And now 3 and 2 on Michael Morse. Polanco would be next.
Working the count.
7 pitches so far. Hitting .304 as a pinch hitter on the year. And he's aboard. That will get Polanco to the plate against Thornburg.
Ready lefty matchup.
Pedro Florimon will pitch run for Morse. This is not a great situation for the splits as far as they are concerned. Thornburg actually does much better against lefty hitters. They're betting only .217 against him, as Morse gets the high fives. Righties at .262 against Thornburg. And here is Polanco. Looking for his first hit tonight. Last time up, struck out. Bases loaded. Ball got away from the catcher, and he didn't realize it. He was thrown out at first base. Otherwise, the Pirates would have scored the tying run then. It was Andrew McCutchen who tied the game. With an opposite field one-out homer in the 8th. The Pirates single runs in the 5th, 7th, and 8th. Two-0 count.
Well, as you might expect, everybody playing quite deep at the start of the football season. That would be the nickel package for the Brewers. Going to cut off a double. Got good speed at first base. You get deep into a gap, down in corner. You got a chance to get all the way around.
2-0. And we're going to go extra innings unless this ball's dropped. We're going extra innings. Game 1 of the 8-game homestand. Archimedes Caminero coming on for the 10th.
season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky feed. Not only field, but feed your wild side.
Feed your wild side on the field or off the field.
That's
what you meant, right?
A little rusty after you guys been gone for a month.
I understand. Just relaxing, watching Buccos and Brewers go extra innings here. Well, more changes for the Pirates. Jung Ho Gung goes back to third. Pedro Florimon stays in the game, is at short. Jeff Decker on for Marte, who was obviously in some pain.
Lifted left shoulder.
Hit by that pitch on the left shoulder, so Decker takes over.
Well, I had him in the game earlier, so here he is.
Archimedes Caminero.
His numbers. I think Gung has thrown him off the trail as he's moved around.
Starling Marte and Todd Tomczyk. This was when Marte came off the field in the ninth.
He took a shot. He really did take a shot. He reaches base a lot with being hit, but well, he pays the price.
Outside, says Field and Colbreth. 2-2. Martin Maldonado with Logan Schaefer on deck and time called.
An arrow going out. These are the kind of games now. Even with an expanded roster, you're gonna do every possible thing you can do to win these precious games in September. Sometimes the goals change. Sometimes you have to maybe use a pitcher that you don't want to. Take a look at what's happening to the Cardinals. They are going to get beat tonight.
Wow.
So you reach in the bag. Nothing. All bets are off in September when you're chasing somebody, when you're this close. You're saying they don't want to use Watson through 37 pitches?
He said, I'm not going to use Watson or Melanson under any circumstance tonight, said Clint Hurdle before the game.
Tony really struggled.
Yeah. And that didn't miss by much. 99. 3-2 on Martin Maldonado, the catcher 0 for 3 in this game, and a batting average coming into this contest of 195. So you certainly want to throw him strikes. Logan Schaefer on deck, and it is in and out of Cervelli's mitt.
Kicks it to the curb.
Disgusted. In that Reds game, Brandon Phillips, Todd Frazier hit home runs at 11-0 contest. All 4 walks. Maldonado.
So close.
We'll see Logan Schaefer try and bunt him to second. More than likely. A leadoff walk. Schaefer's first at bat. Batting average of 176. 4 sacrifice bunts on the year. A little hesitation there, but Caminero finally picks it up and gets him.
That's why it's such a good idea sometimes to bunt the ball right back to the pitcher. If you don't get it too hard, you can get a little more action than you might expect, as the Brewers got their action. And this was a little closer than we thought it might be at first base.
For the Brewers, number 35, Shane Peterson will bat for Perez.
Shane Peterson now going to pinch hit for the third baseman, Hernan Perez, who was a pinch hitter in the 8th inning for Scooter Gennett. Shane Peterson. There you see the batting average, 262. They just announced that Starling Marte left the game with surprise discomfort in the left shoulder.
But just soreness.
Yep.
I think it's probably on the upper end of discomfort.
Yep. His shoulder's hurting.
Cervelli continues his busy night.
Keeps that runner at second. Critical, of course. One ball, one strike on the pinch hitter, Peterson. Goes to 2-1.
If you had your druthers, you'd just soon get this half inning done before you get to Mr. Braun.
Yes. Sure. There'll be a foul ball. Shane Peterson batting for Perez. Got the scorecard going.
Yep. Veteran baseball fan.
Yep.
Got the hat, got the pen. See, that's confidence. You take the pen. You don't use a pencil.
Right.
Confidence you won't make any mistakes. Like I've got all over my card. I don't know. I have no idea where Gung Ho Jung is.
Or
he's back at third base. I know that. He's been all over the place.
Jung Ho's over there at third. In the air to left. That's where Jeff Decker is. Two outs. Now Caminero will face Elian Herrera. Herrera now playing second base. Started at third.
Musical chairs.
Yeah. And there is musical chairs depending on whether right-hander or left-hander starts for these Brewers. Runner at second base is Maldonado. He walked. 2 outs, top of the 10th. The Reds are going to beat the Cardinals. And so the Pirates have an opportunity to move to within 3.5 if they can pull this W out, get a win against the Brewers. We'll keep them off the board here in the 10th. Bobby Laframboise. The Pirates can also move another half game up on the Cubs, who did not play. They're postponed in Philly. 0-2. Yeah, think about what's going on with the Cubs, because that's the start of a 4-game series, and you figure they're going to have to play a doubleheader.
Pitching, yeah.
And then they're going to come to Pittsburgh for the day-night doubleheader on Tuesday. Now both the Cubs and the Pirates have Monday off. And Caminero pitches a scoreless top of the 10th. Markey does the job. Can the Pirates get him a win? Josh Harrison will be coming to the plate. He'll be followed by Andrew McCutchen, who hit the game-tying homer in the 8th. And if need be, Jung Ho Kang, who has a pair of hits tonight. Each team with 6 hits going to the bottom of the 10th. That looks pretty clean, that line score. Just 6 hits for each club, only 3 runs. But boy, the scorecard, as Steve mentioned, taking a beating here.
This is great. Sardinas comes in to play second. Herrera goes back to third.
There is Herrera, who started the game at third, went to second for a couple of innings, now back to third. And there is Sardinas taking over at second. Here is Josh Harrison.
Keep in mind, Thornburg has given up 5 home runs in just 28 innings. High ratio.
Just pops this up weakly on the right side. Adam Lind, it's the easy play.
Andrew, you want to do it again?
That'd be nice. Why not? McCutchen has done this before. He's tied the game. The extra innings it went and then won it.
Well, you want to win this game for all the obvious reasons, not the least of which is Jimmy Nelson scheduled tomorrow. He's been very tough on the Pirates. 4-1 this year. ERA under 2.
Fly ball to left, sending Santana to the track.
Oh, a little breeze would have been nice right there. A little carry.
Oh, man.
Didn't miss it by much.
And he clearly just missed it. It was July 12th of last year. in Cincinnati. They hit a game-tying homer in the ninth and won it in extras. Here's Jung Ho Kang. McCutchen became the first Pirate to do that, and he's going to take it out on the cooler. Firing that cooler down the
little intensity there.
Yeah. Out of play. Now Gong down the count 1-2.
Chance that shin guard could take a beating also.
Well, Young uncomfortable looking. Strikes out, second K for Thornburg. McCutchen came close to winning, but we're going to the 11th. 3-all.
Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side, or field it. Whatever you want to do with your wild side.
I think you're off duty.
No, wait a minute. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. That's it. I'm done with that. My goodness.
You know what? We'll let you do it in the 14th.
All right.
Again.
Please, promise me you won't do that.
Andrew McCutchen tied this game, allowing us to go to extra innings, but he really thought he came awfully close to winning it. And here's Ryan Braun.
You guys don't play many extra inning games.
No, sir. Nope. You're not around. Play many extra innings. Two 2-0. Brewers playing in only their 7th extra inning game of the season. The Pirates are playing their 18th.
All of them have been home.
All of them?
Good fast. I don't know. Seems like.
Pirates are playing their 7th extra inning game here at PNC Park. Three and one on Braun. Caminero walked Maldonado to start the 10th. Doesn't want to do that to Braun, but also needs to be careful. He does walk him. Coming your way from PNC Park for the first of this 4-game series against the Brewers. Along with Dan Potash and Steve Blass, Greg Brown with you in a 3-3 ball game, top of the 11th. The Brewers scored 3 first-inning runs off A.J. Burnett. But then Burnett really settled down. Was lifted for a pinch hitter. The Pirates scratched out a run in the 5th, another in the 7th, and a game-tying home run by Andrew McCutchen in the bottom of the 8th inning. Archimedes Caminero will be lifted in favor of the lefty, Bobby Laframboise, with the left-handed hitting Adam Lind coming to the plate. It is 3-3. Runner at first base, nobody out for the Milwaukee Brewers. Andrew McCutchen still stewing a little bit over that ball he hit to the warning track. Bobby Laframboise.
Yep. 4th appearance. 3 appearances. 3 innings. Playing with fire. Walking leadoff batters in extra innings. It's that wild side stuff.
Don't see this too often with Clint Hurdle, but Bobby Laframboise might be out there for just one batter. Left on left situation. Jason Rogers, a right-handed hitter, on deck to pinch hit.
Big sweeping breaking ball. That one misses.
Jason Rogers.
Followed by another sweeping breaking ball.
We saw Bobby Laframboise briefly last year. He faced a couple of hitters in Milwaukee last Wednesday. In fact, he struck out Adam Lind in that ball game. Came up September the 1st from Indy. 9 appearances for the Pirates last year, a 1.59 ERA. Braun has 22 steals this year, caught only 3 times. The Reds were 11-0 winners. A whitewash over the Cardinals. The Mets are beating Atlanta 3-0. The Nationals not playing tonight, so the Mets could go 7.5 up in the National League East.
What a surge that has been.
Yeah.
Pretty decent lead there.
Pitch out.
Yeah. I'm surprised.
2-1. Clint Hurdle checking with Brad Fisher, who kind of controls the running game. Gives the signals, pitch outs and the like. Brad Fisher was behind Clint Hurdle on that last shot.
This is going to be an issue as long as Braun is on first base this inning.
There he goes. 2-2.
get the batter. If you bring in Hughes, it's still going to be an issue.
And now Clint Hurdle checks with Ray Searage. He was apparently getting ready for pinch hitter on deck, and now Laframboise tries to get Adam Lind. With 2 strikes and a 2-2 count. Struck him out looking.
Nicely done.
See what Clint Hurdle does here.
And wait till he gets announced.
Laframboise with the strikeout at the knees. Boy, Steve, we talk about a pennant race, and here we are. September the 10th. It's the 139th game. 11 innings. Clint Hurdle calls on Bobby Laframboise to get Adam Lind. You know, it won't be lost on Hurdle or the Pirates if they end up winning this ball game. He's asked to get one man. He does his job.
Yep.
Bobby Laframboise exits. Now it's Jared Hughes. Top of the 11th inning. Pirates and Brewers. A.J. Burnett started his return. 3 runs, 5 innings, a couple of walks. Struck out 3. No decision for him. Then it was Joe Blanton for 2. Antonio Bastardo pitched a 1-2-3 8th. Joaquim Soria pitched the 9th. Archimedes Caminero 1+. And after Bobby Laframboise gets 1 out, it is Jared Hughes to face Jason Rogers, the pinch hitter.
September baseball.
As Steve said, it is an issue with
It'll continue.
Braun and the fact that Hughes at times cannot be as quick to the plate as he would like.
Plus that heavy sinker downstairs, that's not always the easiest pitch for a catcher to deal with when he's trying to throw.
Ball 1.
7 pitchers being used currently, and this is not audition time when you expand the rosters. This is September baseball when it counts.
Two-0 count.
It just gets tougher and tougher when you're in extra innings. You're trying to work to a batter. You got a potential base stealer at first base. I mean, it's just divided attention that has to be directed toward the runner and then switch very quickly to the batter.
2-0 count. There he goes. A little hesitation. Safe. Although Josh Harrison looks almost adamant that he got him. Josh Harrison is no doubt in his mind that he tagged him In fact, he's going right to the delay tactic to go hold the baseball. Let's see if Josh Harrison is right.
Tag him on the back.
Yes, he did. He'll be out. The Pirates will challenge. This shouldn't take but a couple of seconds. And what a throw from Cervelli, and the tag by Harrison.
And this is after a really good jump by Braun. This is excellent work. Catcher to infielder. Quick release. Tag on the backside. Well, the foot is bouncing up to try to make contact in time. You can hear the reaction. Again and again, every time they show it on the board, you will hear a roar. Yep. Easy call. So that eliminates that base stealing threat by eliminating Braun trying to steal. Great stuff.
Great throw from Francisco Cervelli. A tag by Harrison, a quick tag. 2-4 on the caught stealing, and Ryan Braun caught for only the 4th time this season.
There's that Cervelli guy again.
Yep. He's everywhere. And boy, give credit to the great camera work, by the way. I mean,
catching
a lot of stuff going on here. Great folks operating the cameras and all everything, the equipment, the producing, the directing of this game.
Really.
Three and two.
I think it's all happening in the truck.
Absolutely,
and around the camera wells and our camera.
The truck is broadcast central. You know, we participate.
We're extensions of their talent.
Bounced foul.
I guess we lost communication with them down there.
Oh no, they're agreeing with you.
Maybe they're in a bad service area for a little bit.
Three and two on Rogers. Bouncing ball. Deep short. Florimon on the move. Not going to get him.
Did everything you could possibly do.
Infield hit for the pinch hitter, Jason Rogers.
Just too far in the hole. Rogers runs pretty well. Look at he's almost right in back of, I think Gung's playing third base. Yep. Wound up in back of the Pirate third baseman.
There's a strike. Batter Domingo Santana. He started the game in center field. He's now in left. One ball, one strike. Well, the other way. Polanco's going to have to play it off the wall. Going to have to hurry.
No mistakes. No mistakes.
They will hold the runner at third. Polanco does a nice job. The double by Santana off the wall and right. Displaying some of his power.
That's what he features. He's a decent outfielder, but his bat is what excites people in Milwaukee.
Picked him up from the Astros. Now does Segura even get a chance to hit here? He will. You have the late hitting Martin Maldonado on deck. Wondered if the Pirates would think about working around him. They're going to pitch to him.
Be alive, Francisco. Ball's down in the dirt. He always likes to work in that area.
Segura 1 for 8 against Hughes in the past. has the option of being very careful with that first base open, and Maldonado on deck. Trying to get Segura to chase. You see Francisco Rodriguez up again, and should they take the lead, we'll see him. Otherwise, Cesar Jimenez. Shane Segura does not walk much. That's an understatement. 9 times has he walked unintentionally this season. Single digits this time of the year, almost 500 at bats. Chases and a chopper. Gone. Gets him. Woo. Jared Hughes.
Quickly, get off the field. Get the bats.
Some help from Gong and Cervelli. Jung Ho Gong. In and over. Gets Segura. 3-3.
Inning still 3-3 ball game.
Segura hits into this final out.
Quick release by Young to get him by half a step.
He's so good at that too, isn't he? Quick release.
Yep, you can see that flick of the wrist underneath. And on we go. Ball wins.
Well, a long step. Jung Ho Gong makes the play. Jared Hughes appreciative. The workhorse, Jared Hughes, and now Cesar Jimenez. Left-hander. You see the numbers for Cesar Jimenez. He will face Jeff Decker. Decker's first at bat. He went on to play left field in the 10th inning. Starling Marte left with that sore shoulder.
Decker on, Jimenez in. He is the 13th pitcher so far being used in this ball game.
Hit the other way. Santana, one down. Decker flies out. Jimenez was claimed off waivers on 21st of last month from the Phillies. Made 3 appearances with the Phils earlier this season. And Sean Rodriguez with his first plate appearance. She's going to be out number 2. 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Here's Francisco Cervelli. And that's Amore. We played more innings. Look at the rally caps and the rally sunglasses.
There it is, man. Yeah, that's
some serious business.
Yeah, I mean, he means business. That look.
Outside. Oh, that's a nice lid
stylish
for you, huh?
Look at the pirate shirt he's got on.
Yes, sir.
Got a good looking lid.
Yep.
I'll button his shirt a little bit.
Strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Cervelli. That's a good looking lid Ross Morgan has on.
Chief Looney. He's the head Looney. Left field Looney's his brainchild.
Well, Clint Hurdle pulling out all the stops. If Cervelli reaches, he'll go to Chris Stewart. There's backup catcher.
We're getting very close to our Abbott and Costello routine. He's on first. Where's Gung?
Yes.
Wait a minute. What kind of jersey is that?
Somebody in the truck just said something. That fan looks deflated.
Mm-hmm.
Two and two the count on Cervelli. Radames Lees loosens in the Pirates bullpen. Cesar Jimenez, the 3-2 count, and he walked him. So indeed, Chris Stewart will pinch hit for Jared Hughes. Pirates have a third catcher now because of September rosters. Elias Diaz. But we've seen Clint Hurdle do this even before September. Throwing all the cards. And a base hit for Chris Stewart. Cervelli going to head to third. First and third with 2 outs.
He didn't wait around. 2 outs. Well, it starts with a base runner.
Well, here's a guy who earlier this season take a look at the replay of the hit by Chris Stewart to right field. That hole on the right side.
Now you got a man on third base. All kind of scenarios available to you. Wild pitch. You know the whole list of opportunities.
Well, here's the guy at August the 19th. Pedro Florimon hit a triple off the wall in right field.
And then got sent away.
And the next day, taken off the roster. But Pedro Florimon Guy's got a good enough speed. He could try to bunt for a hit. First baseman Lynn playing in front of the runner. Fleury had never hit at any level a walk-off hit in his baseball career. Beat the Arizona Diamondbacks, a walk-off triple. A couple of strikes. Well, he's not thrown a strike yet, but Fleury's in the hole 0-2 as the home plate umpire gives Jimenez those calls. Fielding Colbreth behind the dish. 0-2 on Fleury.
There was the possibility that a bury one. They use that phrase, and I tried to spike it. Good block.
Maldonado keeps Cervelli at third. Fleury, switch hitter, is 1 for 4 as a right-handed batter at the big league level this season. 1-2 count. Lays off. Little Pedro rooting on, and now Maldonado wants to talk to his pitcher. And here again, you don't see many walk-off triples. Official scorers don't oftentimes give a triple on a play like this, but Cervelli scored as the Pirates beat the Diamondbacks in 15, 9-8. Pedro Fleury's first career walk-off hit. Did it with 2 outs. Cervelli was at first base. He tripled off the wall and right. Two and 2. Gets away. Cervelli puts on the brakes and heads back. Wisely so.
Yep.
Oh, brother. Whoa. Even Clint Hurdle has to laugh.
There goes the ball. There goes Francisco. There goes Francisco back. He's already been burned once tonight. Whoa!
I can't tell whether Rick Sofield was saying go or no. That's right. The third base coach following him.
He's on a bungee cord.
Wow. 3 and 2 now.
And I almost thought it was a call third strike when it initially came in.
Struck him out. We're heading to the 12th. The foul tip. Jimenez gets out of it. Still tied at 3. In case you missed it, Chris Davis with the Brewers up 1-0 hits this bomb off A.J. Burnett, a 2-run shot, his 19th of the year, made the score 3-0. And then the Pirates started chipping away. Burnett, of course, settled down, gave up nothing through the 5. Now here's a chance for the Pirates with the bases loaded, a strikeout of Polanco, but he doesn't realize the ball had gotten away. That was in the 7th in the 8th inning. With 1 out, Andrew McCutcheon hits this opposite field home run on Corey Knebel to tie the game at 3, his 22nd of the year. And for some, 11 is about enough.
So we'll go to our 8th pitcher of the evening. Miss Lees. I'll tell you, my scorecard looks like the bottom of a parakeet cage. It hasn't changed.
Mine's not much better. See the numbers for Radames Lees, his 14th appearance with the Pirates. Was up early in the year and then went back down and pitched great baseball at Indy as a starter. He faces Martin Maldonado here in the 13th.
I'll tell you, the lasers are holding up well.
Yeah, they are.
Okay with that. But we don't want to fool around putting the leadoff man.
Not again.
On. Yeah.
Batman lasers. Cooperation with the city. Welcoming back A.J. Burnett. Batman returned. And that has to be, again, if you were not with us earlier, pretty promising to see his how he regrouped.
Good luck.
Second baseman, Harrison.
Yeah, you want Lees to leave that ball alone. He could probably do anything because pitchers have been known to do that. So just as well kept on going to second base.
Now Logan Schaefer. This is Radames Lees. Ray Searage keeping track of all this. Buck's well aware that the Reds beat the Cardinals 11-0. Need to find a way to pull this thing out and creep to within 3.5 of the first place Cardinals.
And amazingly enough, it's getting a little thin out there in the bullpen.
Two-0 count here in the 12th. Yeah. Look at the Pirates bullpen. Rob Scahill would be available. Tony Watson, according to Clint Hurdle, will not be used. Nor will Mark Melanson.
But these are desperate times. Not desperate times, busy times.
3-0 the count. Probably figuring Lees can go a while because of what he did down at AAA, becoming a starter. 3-1 on Logan Schaefer. Schaefer sacrificed in the 10th, moving Maldonado to second.
Milwaukee's had a lot of rest. He should be fresh.
Yeah, and you.
Yeah.
But he walks Logan Schaefer. So Schaefer walks against Lees. A.J. Burnett walked a couple in 5 innings, and now Ray Searage pays Lees a visit.
Greg, it was kind of interesting when I was watching the game the other night. We were showing some autographed baseballs from the Pirate auction side by side with my ball and Morton's ball. And
my cousin Tom Brown show, yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because you're looking at my autograph, and Walkie mentioned that it's kind of old school.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was a little demeaning. By the way, you don't think this is old school here?
What's that mean? It's old school. Anyway.
How about the flourish from high school?
What? Yeah,
that's what that's how you used to sign your name with a couple little marks and
the Zorro Z. Oh, you got him.
And you know it, Bob.
Yeah, you got him.
Yeah.
Don't ever criticize Steve's autograph again.
I saw that on the wall, some hieroglyphics from a cave in Ethiopia. That same kind of a high school signature. So, you want old school?
There's old school for you.
Yeah,
take that.
Okay, back to boat.
Here is Luis Sardinas. Switch hitter, hitting .217.
And currently playing second base.
Yep. His first at bat. Sean Rodriguez over at first base since the 9th inning. Make sure to keep that ball in play and in his glove, leaping over Logan Schaefer. Schaefer's got pretty good speed over there. Didn't want to, but did. 97 from Lees.
There was no contest on that delivery.
Artemis Lees was picked up over the winter. Signed as a free agent by the Pirates in December. One-time starter with the Orioles. Hadn't been in the big leagues in over 5 years. And he strikes out Sardinas.
That was being overmatched.
2 down in the 12th.
Right at the top, when you throw that hard, you can throw some fastballs up there.
Now it's Elian Herrera. Herrera has reached base twice. He walked in the 3rd against Burnett, singled in the 6th off of Joe Blanton. Oops, and there's the pick by Rodriguez.
And that wasn't just a short hop either. That was one of those real short hops that you had to
heck of a play.
Work a little harder at. Yep.
Pirates bench. Aramis Ramirez started a couple games at first base. In Cincinnati, back-to-back games. Tonight used as a pinch hitter and stayed in the game for a time. And this pitch misses. 2-0. Cervelli trying to get Lees to bring it down. Brief look over at first base. That was any kind of suggestion to not worry so much about him over there?
Good chance of that.
Lee's a 1.40 ERA at AAA, Indianapolis.
Pretty good lead.
Doesn't go, and they say no. It's close to being a strike, but it's 3 balls and no strikes. And Ryan Braun is on deck.
Playing with fire.
Wow. A 4-pitch walk. And now Lees, after walking 2 here in the 12th.
Speaking of 12, that is the 12th free pass given up by Pirate pitching.
Ryan Braun walked to lead off the 11th off Caminero and then was caught stealing after the Pirates challenged it. Picked up an RBI with a ground out in the 1st. He doubled down the line and left in the 6th inning off Blanton. Ryan Braun with a chance to give these Brewers the lead in the 12th inning. And he lines it into center field. And McCutchen will throw toward the plate, but No chance. Ryan Braun gives the Brewers the lead here in the 12th. (4-3) Milwaukee.
Didn't wait around long. That's something he liked. And did what Ryan Braun has been doing for a long time. Didn't miss his pitch.
Not sure what that pitch was at 81. Might have been a breaking ball that didn't break much, but it was up.
Stayed right there.
And not out of the woods by any stretch here with Adam Lind. Ball one.
And you might think, well, why didn't they just walk Braun, even though it loaded the bases? Well, you can't. His control is not that dependable. You just can't do it.
And the key is not to walk guys like Schaefer and Herrera.
Yeah.
So K-Rod will be getting ready to close it out.
Yeah. How can you expect to continually overcome not just walks, but 2 walks in an inning? It's just too hard.
And, you know, not to be cruel about it, but walking guys like Logan Schaefer, you know, is a 150 hitter. Work around some guys in a lineup like a Braun or a Lind, but not Logan Schaefer. Martin Maldonado walked in the 10th. That did not hurt. Two and two. Well, the Pirates will have their top of their order due up in the bottom of this 12th.
Got to get this out and give yourself a chance. You don't want to give away a second run.
Logan Schaefer scoring the go-ahead run here in the 12th. The Brewers hadn't scored since the first inning. Burnett, Blanton, Bastardo, Soria, Caminero, Laframboise, and Hughes put up zeros the rest of the way. Radames Lees, who got Maldonado to bounce out to start this inning, then walked Schaefer, struck out Sardinas looking, and then walked Herrera on 4 pitches. Ryan Braun made him pay. Two count on Lind. Three and two. Nevin Ashley is on deck. Essentially the last position player available for Craig Counsell. After 10 years in the minor leagues, Nevin Ashley got the call and got up his first big league hit yesterday.
Gotta give him a lot of credit. What, 10 years in the big league,
yeah.
in the minors?
With the Pirates last year, AAA. He and Tony Sanchez split most of the catching duties at Indy. Bounced, and this should do it. It will, but the Brewers get a run. Pirates now need to come back in the bottom of the 12th. Into the bottom of the 12th inning, hoping to rally here. Cardinals lost to the Reds. The Cubs did not play, so unless the Pirates rally, the Cubs would have moved within 2.5 games of the top wild card spot. Gregory Polanco leading off against one of the best all-time closers.
Francisco Rodriguez. He has worked 48 innings plus, has struck out 54, but the home runs, 5 home runs. Again, a lot of home runs given up out of that Brewer bullpen, including one tonight.
Here's Gregory Polanco looking for his first hit, 0 for 5. 6 saves this season for K-Rod against the Pirates, 6 for 6. Polanco trying to get on with Harrison on deck.
382 career saves.
No strike. Neil Walker had a sacrifice fly way back in the 5th inning to get the Pirates on the board, made it 3-1. One ball, one strike. 2-1. Andrew McCutchen, who hit a home run to tie it in the 8th, and then last time up in the 10th off Tyler Thornburg, thought he had won the game. He had a ball to the warning track and left.
Here's the way to look at this. We were going to need a run anyway, so why not get it now?
Exactly.
See where it takes us.
7th on the all-time saves list. To right field. El Cafe! Clear the deck! Cannonball coming! Tied at 4 in the 12th!
There you go.
Little caffeine for you. Late on a Thursday night. That cup of coffee, his 8th of the year. Ties it at 4.
Much doubt about that rocket. Number 6, by the way, given up by Mr. Rodriguez.
And the first run he's allowed this season to the Pirates.
Don't go away.
Game-tying home run for Gregory Polanco. How about that? Here's Harrison. Line drive toward left field. That's going to drop in front, playing no doubles. And not the best defensive outfielder in the league. Santana plays it on the hop. Jay says, let's go. Another look at the home run by Polanco.
He goes outside and turns that ball around. Now with a soft fly ball, but a rocket shot. That didn't just clear the wall. They got up there and amongst those seats. He knew it. We all knew it. Rodriguez knew it.
El Cafe, the game-tying home run. And now here's McCutchen. McCutchen is 1 for 9 in the past against Rodriguez. That one hit a home run. ball, 1 strike. Another look at a different angle here.
And away, and away.
Boy, Rodriguez's last 15 games, he's given up 3 home runs. One and two now. Last 12 and 2/3 innings, he's given up 13 hits, 8 runs, and 4 homers. Off-speed pitch has McCutchen out in front, 1 and 2.
The split looked like it had a lot of late downward movement.
Two and two. Kutch owns Pittsburgh.
You could reconfirm that right now.
2 and 2. Three and 2.
And a good save.
Talk about a save right there. Wow.
And you're almost kind of rooting for a save because they're going to walk Andrew, right?
Yeah, true. If Harrison
gets
goes
away,
to second.
Yeah.
Nobody out, 3 and 2.
Catch a gap, Andrew.
There goes Harrison. Swing and a miss. And now Harrison puts on the brakes.
Can he get away?
He's done it before. He does a little high stepping. And he is retired. And there's another strike him out, throw him out double play involving Harrison and McCutchen. That happened in the 6th.
That's how it starts.
You never know what's going to happen there, Steve. It almost looked as though Harrison might have had a shot if he kept going. He doesn't know, of course, the ball's going to be in the dirt. He figures he's dead to right. And so now with 2 outs, it's Jung Ho Kang. Jay got out of a couple of those last year.
They just barely get him on the spin.
Second baseman tags him. 2-4, 3-4 on the caught stealing. And a 0-1 count on Gong. And a ground ball. So the Polanco home run ties it, which means we're going to the 13th inning. New life for the Bucks thanks to Gregory Polanco's 8th home run of the year. 4 all. Talking about threw him out double play. Harrison taking off on the 3-2 pitch, and Andrew McCutchen striking out.
It's also happened twice. Abrupt scoring by the Pirates to the home run ball. Well, we will be on the other side of K-Rod.
Yep.
He's gone. Well, if you want to look at the bright side of things.
And here's Nevin Ashley.
But you need a zero here.
Do you know what his wife's name is, by the way?
No.
Ashley.
That's a Greg Johnson kind
of
thing.
No, it truly is, though.
Ashley.
Ashley. That's great, isn't it?
It is.
Again, the minor league veteran, 10 years. Getting his first opportunity. He got called into the office at Colorado Springs the other day by his manager, Rick Sweet, and figured at the end of the season he was going to just kind of shake his hand and wish him well in the offseason. Instead, he said, "You're going to Milwaukee." Well, there's a strikeout, but he's going to reach.
What else is going to happen? What other bizarre thing is going to happen tonight?
A strikeout, wild pitch.
Well, this young man is used to working very hard for whatever he gets. Finds himself on first base.
A strike on Domingo Santana. Doubled off the right field wall his last time up against Jared Hughes. A couple of strikes.
With authority. I mean, those are fastballs with finish. Pop that glove.
Oh, 0-2. Another fastball with authority at 98. Blows it past him. Back-to-back Ks. 3 Ks now for Radimus Lees.
It's just an old backyard fastball, baseball.
Here's Gene Segura. Rally caps. They worked in the bottom of the 12th. And to right field, Polanco was playing no doubles. Base hit. Two on with one out. Segura's first hit of the night. Now the Parrot and the rest will watch Martin Maldonado come to the plate with 2 on and 1 out.
We still have the real faithful here. Let's see if we can win this game for the folks that have stayed around.
Paid attendance of 21,964, but on a school night, many have left this ballpark, but there are some hardy souls that remain. Seeing the Pirates rally from a 3-0 deficit to score 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 7th, a game-tying home run by Andrew McCutchen in the 8th, and after being down in the top of the 12th when Ryan Braun singled home the 4th run, Gregory Polanco homered in the bottom of the 12th to tie it. And now Radimus Lees doing his best to get out of this.
I'm not sure where that pitch was.
Plate umpire says no, he didn't offer. The first base umpire on the appeal. Ball 1. See where this pitch was. Just barely outside. One ball, no strikes on Maldonado. Logan Schaefer on deck. 97, 1-1. Maldonado takes a vicious cut.
Think of the folks hanging around, thinking of how late and long this ball game has gone. Don't forget the umpires out there. They don't get any breaks. Fielding Galbraith calling a zillion pitches tonight.
1-2 now. There's the crew chief, Fielding Culbreth. That man at second base represents once again the go-ahead run. Ashley struck out but reached first on the wild pitch. And Lees strikes out another.
Went away from the heat, got him to chase.
Fourth strikeout for Radames Lees. Kyle Loesch relegated to the bullpen earlier this year. Longtime starter. He's going to be the new pitcher. Schaefer sacrificed in the 10th. He came on to play center field in the 9th inning and then walked with one out last inning against Lees, and he was the one that scored on the base hit by Braun. And the other way, Decker over. It's going to drop in for a hit, and they get the lead again. 5-4. Logan Schaefer in opposite field base hit, and the Brewers take the lead here in the 13th.
He scored their previous run and he knocks in this run to go ahead. They wanted it outside. They got it out there. Actually a good piece of hitting by Logan Schaefer.
5-4 Milwaukee. Logan Schaefer, the RBI single. It started with a strikeout and Ashley reaching on the wild pitch. And this ball into center field. And a base hit. 6-4. Sardinas makes it 6-4.
Downstairs, just out of the reach. Another good looking pitch. Gosh, could not get to it, and the beat goes on.
Luis Sardinas struck out last inning, singles home a run here in the 13th. Schaefer now at third. Elian Herrera. Last inning, with one out, Lees walked Schaefer. That cost him. This inning began with a strikeout. The ball got away from Cervelli, enabling Ashley to reach.
.40 pitches. Over 2 innings, a little under 2 innings. A lot of walks, a lot of hits.
Pokes that one out of play. I don't know if you were watching the Steeler game, you missed what has been going on tonight. We're in the 13th inning, and Began with a 3-spot in the first off A.J. Burnett. An RBI ground out by Ryan Braun, and after a base hit by Adam Lind, Chris Davis homered to make it 3-0. Pirates a run in the 5th, another in the 7th. Andrew McCutchen tied it with a home run in the 8th. After the Brewers took the lead in the top of the 12th, Gregory Polanco tied it with a home run in the bottom of the 12th. And they'll let the runner take second base uncontested. The Brewers scoring twice here. Toward Gong. Well, Pirates have done it before. They look to get up off the deck again. Heading to the bottom of the 13th, now down a pair. Inning. Gregory Polanco tied it in the bottom of the 12th, and now they'll need a base runner at least. Home run hit off Francisco Rodriguez, and Kyle Loesch, the longtime starter, will be on to try and earn the first save of his, or second save of his career, second save this season.
He has won 147 major league games. But, well, not to be critical of him, but there's a reason he's in the bullpen. So we'll see what the Pirates can do. 27 home runs given up. Of course, he started 22 games. Still a significant number.
It's tomorrow night's starter, Charlie Morton.
Jimmy Nelson on the other side.
Jeff Decker takes a strike. Starling Marte left the game after he was hit by a pitch in the back of the shoulder. Stayed in for an inning, but left discomfort in that shoulder. So does Jeff Decker. Decker flied to left in the 11th inning. Chopper on the right side. Loesch is over, and whoa, just does get it to Adam Lind.
Just does get to the ball, and then just does get it to first base at time. A little trouble getting the ball out of his glove. It's an out.
Sean Rodriguez takes a strike. ball, 1 strike. A lineup card in the Pirates dugout. Tony Watson, Mark Melancon are not going to be used tonight, and Ben Hurt will use just about everybody else. One ball, 2 strikes to count on Sean Rodriguez. Rob Scahill is hoping he'll get a chance. Pirates can score a couple. Travis Ishikawa will be pinch hitting here.
But lots of work to be done when you're down 2. It just seems so much different than being down 1. Perception.
This is going to be the 2nd out. Francisco Cervelli now. Cervelli has been on base 4 times, couple of hits, couple of walks. Strike.
Looking right down the barrel at the curse that the Brewers have on the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Unless the Pirates rally, this will be the 7th straight loss to the Brewers this season. They'll fall to 6-10 against Milwaukee for the year. They are 4-2 here against Milwaukee, PNC Park. One and two, and tough to swallow. Obviously, I mean, I want to try to win the division. You get a big assist from the Reds, pound the Cardinals there for the taking, but Pirates don't take advantage. The Cubs are going to move to within 2.5. They were idle because the game was postponed. They didn't play. 2-2. Trying to reach, give Ishikawa a chance.
He has hit a big home run or 2 in his career.
Still 2-2. Kyle Loesch is trying to save this game for Francisco Rodriguez. His 2nd professional save. Picked up a save August the 21st against the Nationals, going 3 innings. And 3-2. Think of the saves that Rodriguez has racked up for Kyle Loesch. He's going to try to return the favor. 3-2. Line to left. Life. Francisco Cervelli on base for the 5th time tonight.
Great at bat.
Travis Ishikawa will bat for the Phillies. Travis Ishikawa.
So it's Travis Ishikawa to come to the plate. He will bat for Radames Lees.
As they move everybody back in the outfield once again. And there's certainly, you never know what's going on in the mind of a hitter, but no reason to hold back for anything right now. Just get your money's worth. Still some big swings. run into one.
Got past Ishikawa. Recalled from his rehab with Indianapolis on Monday. Was out with a low back strain. 7 at-bats down to AAA Indy. Down to the last strike again. An 0-2 count. And a fair ball, and that is that. The Pirates fall to the Milwaukee Brewers as Kyle Loesch picks up the save for Francisco Rodriguez.
They worked long and hard, but they came up short. Brewers continue their hex on the Pittsburgh Pirates.
The Pirates remain 4.5 back of the Cardinals. The Cubs moved within 2.5. The top wild card spot, there you are. After the Cardinals were thumped by the Reds, the Pirates failed to take advantage. They were out-hit 12-10. They left 10 men on base. And we're up to Robin Teak.
Greg and Steve, thanks very much. And for the reasons the guys just mentioned, Teak, this is a tough one for the Pirates. They've known for a long time that the Reds gave them a chance to pick up some ground on the Cardinals tonight. They never led in this game. They fought long and hard to get back into it time and time again. And to fall short, that's got to be tough.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, when you look back at it, there was a couple small things that happened during the first 9 innings of this ball game where you possibly could have punched across an extra run that wouldn't have taken you 2 extra innings. For me, the big one was Polanco not realizing the ball, strike 3, wasn't being caught. He beats that ball easily to first base. If he does, Gong scores, and you know, we're not dealing with 13 innings. We're done at the end of 9.
Well, just like we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, presented by Miller Lite, and twice the Pirates getting late inning heroics. In the 8th inning, it's Andrew McCutchen, 22nd home run of the year. This goes out to right field. This tied the game at 3 and sent the game into extra innings, where Gregory Polanco with the Pirates trailing, facing Francisco Rodriguez, also hits one out, also ties it up. Unfortunately, 2 more for the Brewers in the 13th, and they go on to win by the final score of 6-4. Coming up next on Pirates Postgame, presented by the Allegheny Health Network, we will have highlights of this game, postgame reaction from Clint Hurdle and some of the Pirates players. Highlights from around the league. Boy, the Pirates had a chance to pick up some ground, didn't happen. Analysis with Teak. We'll check back in with Greg and Steve and look forward to Game 2 of this 4-game set coming up tomorrow here at PNC Park. All that and more coming up next on Pirates Postgame, presented by the Allegheny Health Network.